Well to have, I guess.
All right. Well, everybody, welcome to Minimax 20 here for what presumably would be the last session of the Red Mire Hunt. We got people all over the place. And by all over the place, I mean there's two different groups in two very different situations. As we got Braff, Gallon, and Richter going further down into the Red Mire Keep itself with Anders and formally with Cyrus. As
Hey,
they
bro,
are
not my boy.
encountering
Not my boy.
as they are going down and encountering creatures and things, and they're in pitched combat right now. As Edmure himself, Lord Edmure, has now made his appearance known down there as well. Whereas, completely different side of things, Cordal is digging himself out of a grave he was kind of found himself in. A lot of a rapid fire of lucky rolls based off the situation he was in. He came back with 1 HP. He nailed his athletics check and dug himself out of a shallow grave he found himself in. But what I'd like to do, if that's all right, is I'd like to go around the horn and just see, hey, Braff, just starting with you, with the situation you're in down underneath the Red Mire, you're in pitched combat, you're with everything that's been happening with you. Where is Braff's mind right now? I guess because you just watched Cyrus silently get kind of just most kindly splattered on the grab before you. There's all this combat happening. You stepped aside, as I do remember, as Edmure's approaching. There's like all this chaos happening around you, and Braff being Braff. Where's his mind kind of right now?
I feel like Braff, I feel like he's come to terms with a lot of his shit. I feel like this has been a very, very eventful summer camp. Evan just died.
Yep.
But I feel like Braff is just with everything he's been experiencing with just this crazy shit. He's just kind of coming to terms with the fact that like he might die, and that if he does, at the very least, he's accepted the fact that it'd be for some good. But he's gonna fight like hell to survive, because he's not gonna let another family member succumb to another ill fate without at least his attempt of making something happen. But if it all comes to an end, then I guess you will no longer have to live with this guilt. So
Got you. It actually goes really nicely into you, Gallon. For one, where's Gallon's mind at? And for two, since it's already on you, it is actually your turn in the initiative as well, as you were positioned kind of behind this kind of lowered down being in front of you, as you got some two nice hits on it. As it's also, you can see there's the ice and the fire, just two very different contrary forces at work against this creature.
I would just say he's just really focused on facing whatever's down there, like with what was brought up earlier regarding like the backstory. Like it's not something he expected to come up during this, and obviously we expected this to be some sort of actual hunt. Yeah, I guess if with like the fear mechanic that activated earlier, I was going to reveal more information to that, so I might kind of hold off on some.
Sure, yeah.
But I think for now he's just focused.
I mean, if you're lucky, you have more than enough time to keep revealing more in due time, but it's never a guarantee. But I will say it is on top of the initiative before I move on to other people and their thoughts, and you're going to go ahead and take your full turn.
All right, so I'm currently flanking this abomination.
Yes, if I recall, Richter is kind of, for one, frozen on my screen, and then two.
Oh no.
But for two, he's also, to my understanding, right there, positioned nearby with you.
Isn't he underneath it?
Yeah, I think he was underneath it. He ended up taking, I believe, a step back. But yeah, he's right there in proximity to you, Gallon.
Alright, gotta try these beans.
Are you, Todd? In my mind, you are eating raw pinto beans. Is that what's happening right now?
It's whiskey, no bourbon, baked beans.
Are you? But You're eating them like peanuts, man,
They're-
and that's my
they're called-
confusion.
They're called drunken beans. No, it was a bowl with a spoon, not a stabbing.
Oh, I swear
Anyway.
to God, I thought you grabbed like a handful of almonds and went, "Damn, these beans are good," and I'm just like, "Hold on, stop." But no,
Anyway,
again, go ahead and take your initiative turn. You still
I will
have your sword
continue.
lit with radiant light and such.
I will continue to cut
And
this.
if you don't
down.
mind, your sword glowing, it is not a concentration ability, right?
No.
Okay.
Simply be like that.
Mhm.
Alright, I'll roll an attack. Richter is underneath it, right?
Richter, if my understanding is, you took a step
underneath.
back. You were underneath it and you took a step back. You're still within its proximity, but
Me?
Or,
Me, right?
I think I'm within
Richter.
the 5 mile radius of it.
I believe so. But I believe, and I'll let you choose here, I guess, right now. Do you want to be still directly underneath, kind of straddling between his legs, or do you want to have taken a step, just a step further back, so you're not immediately underneath it?
Just one, yeah, behind. it.
Okay, yeah, gotcha. Okay, so he's probably closer to like your proximity, Gallon, than he is like underneath the monster.
Do I run the risk of hitting him if he's in the same?
No, based off the language of what Richter just said, mechanically he's not occupying the same space.
Okay, because it is.
He
side
just
water.
didn't impose an opportunity of attack.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then while we're at it, how far is Cordal from us?
A ways, dude.
How
the
far,
best,
bro?
the best you
Anyway.
could figure, he might not be on this mortal plane anymore.
You said
Right.
anyway.
He's like, wait a minute. All right, I'll roll first attack.
Yeah.
Shit.
Hey, that's not what I want to hear, bro. I need to hear only ups.
There's the only downs at the moment.
Well, you don't
That
know.
would be a 10.
Oh, well, that's a down. Yeah, that one does miss. Go ahead and make your second attack. Which I believe you have. Yeah.
Oh, now I'm getting stressed. Oh, God.
That would be a 22.
All right.
Let me check. It does hit. Yep.
Nice.
Go ahead and roll your damage, sir.
Uh, 10 radiant damage.
10 radiant damage. All right. So yeah, you make that attack kind of aware of where Richter is. You just kind of do like a higher up swing, and just because of it, you do kind of like just catch a thicker bit of bark, and you make contact, but you know it didn't really do a lot of damage, and are able to wheel around and just drop a hit into like a more sensitive area where you see like there's less of the bark kind of like armored core, but more of like what the best you could figure is being like more of the vital functions of this creature. And you put another 10 points of damage into it.
And then, let's see, Richter is
Mhm.
next to me because we're
Yes.
both behind it, right?
Yep, he's essentially right next to you.
And is it facing? It's facing. Can I see Braff, or is he hiding?
Raph is hidden on the other side of this creature.
So just real quick, I did run out to try to like grab
Mm-hmm.
Edmure, and so I'm behind Edmure, kind of centrally.
Yes, Edmire's kind of behind Anders, who Raph is behind him. And then, so there's kind of a conglomerate. If you want to roll perception to clock him, I'll let you do so.
Or reception? We'll do it.
AC Sean. Yes.
The RB.
Natural 1.
I'm gonna blow your mind here and say, in this confusion and such, again, you're also in the radius of this creature. You can't hear anything, and just that, like, you don't realize how much you rely on senses till one of them's gone. So just that, even that bit's messing with you a bit. And like, you drop this slash into the creature, this light's glowing and shining, just as you're kind of bringing your blade in front of you as you're repositioning, you happen to look for breath at the same time, and like almost like just like hurt your eyes with it, trying to look.
Okay, that'll be my turn.
Awesome. I want to go now, Richter. It's
I
not
guess-
your turn in combat. So is there something else you want to do, Gallon?
I just wanted to move 5 feet away from Richter.
Just along the path of the monster, like still in the opportunity range.
Yeah, he's kind of ugly, so I want to move away from him.
Gotcha. Okay, it's fucking rude.
For me?
Yeah, I called you ugly and moved away from you.
Fuck.
But I do want to see Richter with the myriad of things that have happened throughout this whole journey, making your way down here, all the things that have come about, and now you're like facing this monster in this cone of silence surrounding it. Just wondering where's Richter's mind kind of right now.
Yep.
As this is happening, Anders is firing 2 more shots into the torso of the beast.
I am not hopeful. I'm pretty sure I'm like
with disadvantage. I don't know what's going on.
I've resigned myself to my fate. I'm like, we're going down here. Maybe we'll. Huh?
PlayStation.
Yeah. Okay. That's. I thought I heard that.
Yeah. This
What?
Neurobot's going crazy.
Gotcha.
Hell yeah, dude. Love it.
Anyways, yeah. PlayStation. Richter. Oh yeah. So I'm thinking. At first, I was afraid. I was petrified.
Okay.
But now I'm like, I'm just like, whatever. Like, I seen Cyrus die, and I'm like, of course he did. You know, like, what did we expect to happen? I don't know what we're doing down here.
Mm-hmm.
But I'm not gonna abandon these people. So I guess we'll all die together.
Got you. Those Anders lands of several hits into it. 2 arrows from the back of you, but you, Braff, are privy to this view of this. 2 arrows just sink center mass into the creature. It goes and wheels around, and it turns around to face you now, and it will make its first attack on you with disadvantage. Braff. As it like takes a step around and kind of turn towards you, kind of wheeling its arm back. You can still see there's like a smoldering happening. It seems like one of the other arrows that hit him just now from Anders has like a burning component, but also your torch is still burning with a disadvantage. So
Natural 22 in the row, right?
taking a photo and sending it to you guys. I'm taking a photo. You're not gonna
way.
believe me.
No
You're not gonna
way.
believe me.
No way. He just got annihilated.
Okay.
What
Wait,
happened? No, please.
Who's this against? This against the rank.
This is against Richter. This is against Richter. I'm just sending it to our text. I'm sending it to the text. Chat. So we all see it, but that is in fact with disadvantage 2 nat 20s.
Bro, what
the boy?
Reload the most recent save.
Look like the red has a state on it.
Oh man.
So, Richter.
Ouchie. That's a big ouchie.
Let me roll damage for you. I do need to roll one of these d6s again because I just don't. Well, actually, let me roll the fireballs, I guess.
Yeah, whip
Somewhat
it out.
easier.
Fireball.
Oh yeah, hold on.
Right, we're doing good. We're doing good. Hold it together.
Let me just like this image. Hold on.
Woman, let me say. Okay, I will say as far as die being rolled, you're fine. So all together,
frostbite. Just in
Huh?
case
Yes,
you know
it
that,
does.
Jared.
Yeah. It
What
confirmed
happened?
the reason I was rolling it. But no.
You're saying I gave him accidental advantage instead of disadvantage? Shit.
Richter, with advantage, this is 3d6 plus, or sorry, with critical, this is 3d6 plus 4. So that becomes 66 plus 4. You're only taking 10 damage, dude. I rolled like shit.
Oh,
I got-
yeah.
Yeah.
Ooh.
I thought you said
Kill these-
66. Like
It
I know.
would've
I was
been-
like 66 plus 4. That adds up to 70.
70 point. I was like, oh,
Yeah,
this guy
I don't
just
know
got
why you're
killed.
being like that. So
Bro,
yeah,
kill
you're
these
actually
fast
looking
as
good.
fuck.
He gets a
Fast
second
as fuck.
attack on you.
Fuck. Okay,
What is
hang on.
your AC?
Kill these fast as fuck, boy.
Well, actually, let me say this. Is your AC 20 or greater?
Nope.
Actually, this whole time he was the
Evan.
tank.
Evan, you don't have anything like. You have like some sort of
wait.
halfling like dodge mechanic.
Halfling dodge mechanic. That's
I don't. He don't
Yeah.
think it's uncanny dodge or anything. I know he has like halfling luck.
I have regular
Well, I
canny
guess
dodge.
it'd probably be more for like a dexterity saving
Yeah.
throw, right?
If you have anything that's gonna give you AC, let me know. The number I rolled was 20. So if you have anything you can do, different spells, reactions, things like that, use them. But let me know now because I already rolled damage and I'm happy to not have done so.
Yeah,
Happy to
no,
increase
it's all over for me.
Oh,
Damage,
no.
damage.
Hey,
14 points of,
don't you
again,
have a
bludgeoning
dam
damage.
to blow up?
14.
Yo,
14 points of bludgeoning damage.
All right,
as-
that does take me down to -3.
All right, Richter is dropped to the ground. You there, Breath. You sidestep away from Richter to give yourself some clearance, and as it does, the one arm like kind of keels over, and you notice here. I'll say, Breath, you notice this as well. The one long tentacled arm, like the body moves, but that arm just kind of like is limp on the ground now. It's using its other arm that isn't like the one that grappled Cyrus seems to limp, and it takes its other arm, smashes down on Richter's body, like dropping him down low. Then it just kind of takes it and brings it back up and smashes him down on the ground. You feel the rumbling of him collapsing on the ground, but he is fully.
Is there, I guess it's kind of late, but is there anything I could do as like a reaction to intercede or no?
But do you have anything on your character sheet that lets you? Do you have a class ability that lets you? Because for the most part, you wouldn't have anything, unless you have like a shield mask, like something like that. Okay. So no, Richter does get pummeled onto the ground.
Damn.
It's Cyrus's turn. It's Braff's turn.
Are the guy's still here?
Oh my god. No, he's not.
No, he's a puddle.
I will go ahead and seeing this, kind of flashing back, kind of having a quick little PTSD moment. One, kind of going back to when Richter was initially brought underneath the red mire when we were out there with the blood bags, and then just kind of the almost like instinctual, like protective nature triggering. I'm going to. I think this time it's not so much of it like actually triggering like an instinctual response like the first time. Like I kind of have a little bit of a disassociation between that, but I think I still kind of almost see Richter, and I've almost mentally like this is an opportunity to almost right some of the wrong. And so I'm going to actually just go ahead and go forward and grab his body, and I'm going to start dragging it backwards.
What is your movement speed? 30?
30.
Okay, so you're gonna have to go past, and they're technically allies. But it's only gonna take double movement to move through them. But you'll be moving through or around both Lord Edmure and Anders to get in proximity to the monster. The monster's about 20 feet away, so you have to get like 25 feet or so away to even get to it.
Okay.
Unless you have anything you want to do to accelerate your speed or reposition. But he is linearly 20 feet walking. You do have some complexities on how far you want to move around people, difficult terrain, all that.
I'm going to move to where I am. Did I see this thing's like kind of range? Does he have 10 feet of range when he hits things?
You can see he has a pretty close, like a brawler type reach. The longest arm that you've seen with the grappling arm, that one seems to be, for whatever reason, not usable right now. So he seems to have a pretty close range. Okay, so that I'll give you for free.
Okay, I'm gonna run. Okay, I'm gonna bridge the gap 15 feet. So I'm not gonna go all the way up to him, and I'm going to cast. I'm gonna go and grab the diamond back out of my pocket, breathing heavily. I'm gonna pull it out, and I'm going to cast Chromatic Orb with the diamond. This time it's gonna be fire damage.
Okay.
I'm gonna try to hit. Let's see if I can roll better this time.
Go for it.
Dude, it's just lit. The music's going hard, dude.
Does 16 hit?
It does. How much damage does Chromatic Orb do by the numbers?
It's gonna be 3d8.
Jared, how do you want to do this?
Oh shit, baby!
Let's go.
Omi had 2 hit points left.
Oh my gosh. Okay, so as I pull out the diamond out of my pouch that it sits in, I'm going to kind of using my hands cast the somatic and then the verbal, and as I'm kind of like twirling my hands around holding this diamond, flame is going to start to kind of lick around my hand, and as I kind of shift and move my other hand, the hand not moving or holding the diamond, its flame's almost going to then like encroach on both of on that one as well, and then as they come together, as the flame kind of what is it, like spikes. I'm gonna then shoot out this 4-inch diameter sphere of fire straight to the heart of where like the metal kind of casing was that Richter pointed out.
Oh yeah, so yeah, this fire goes and hits it, and as you hit the actual metal part, for one, it has like this kind of chest, like rib structure. That's far looser now, far more withered as this creature's been taking so many hits, all the glowing radiant energy and various fires, even the frost is still pop like there. But as you hit this, like the glowing, now as you hit it, metal, you can see it like kind of just superheat itself. Like this metal was great at conducting heat, so whatever it was inside, you hit, and it seems to just almost like bubble itself up. This creature like gets hit by it and like doubles down over. As you can see, with like this glowing bit of metal, like burns itself downward through its torso, and like down on the ground below itself. Still glowing hot, cooling as it hits the ground, and is no longer in the kind of the burnt torso of the creature. But yeah, this fucked up, like withered, dented, like metal cylinder. You're seeing now it being approximately like 2 by 3 feet, like an oblong structure just on the ground in front of it, or below it, I should say. It is dead. Richter, you are still down. Raph, is there anything else you want to do on your turn?
Seeing as the threat has now been nullified, I will make the rest of my movement to Richter.
Gotcha. You can make your way over to Richter, I would say, with the rest of your movement. Is there anything you can do right now?
I'm going to give him. I'm going to dump a healing potion into his mouth.
All right. So Richter, mechanically, how I'm going to treat it is you have 0 hit points, and however much he heals you is positive.
Okay.
So I'm gonna say it's 2d4 plus 2. I want to say.
I believe so. Yeah.
And I make those rolls, or he does? Because
I'll make them.
He'll make it for you since he's putting it down your gullet.
6 HP, my guy. Oh shit.
6. Hey, Richter. You get baby birded some potion. Well, you get fed some potion. Maybe not baby birded.
Wait, hold on. I swiggle it around my mouth and then I spit it in yours.
Well, you want to make sure it's not poison. You don't want
to make sure that it was truly what it said it was.
Make sure it's really red flavored.
As if I can, as he comes to, I'm just gonna smirk and be like, "Not today, not now." I'll hoist him to his feet.
All right, Richter. It is actually your turn as well, as you got absolutely annihilated by this thing, and now you have Graph over you. You can see the empty vial of the healing potion as he's bringing you to your feet, and you can smell the burning, and also you can hear the sounds. You can hear the dripping again from the stalagmites. The stalactites on the mites and such. You can hear like the splashing of the pool. Whatever effect this creature had that was nullifying the noise of this area has gone away.
Yes. Okay.
My turn, you say?
Yeah. Mechanically, it's right now your turn.
All right. Cool. Mechanically, literally, spiritually.
Yep, that too.
Physically, my turn.
That is like definitely true. Yeah.
All right. Let me just roll this dice.
Wait.
Curious, sir. Curious, sir.
Is it a bomb?
No, I was just,
Dude pulls a grenade out of his backpack.
Oh yeah. Wait. Let me check my inventory.
For bombs?
For bombs.
What is he doing?
Real quick bomb sniff.
Scroll working. No, my mouse. Okay, it's fine.
He's casting Fireball Sensor on himself.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
And I'm clocking out.
Why am I back?
He said, "Not today." Boom.
You don't need to have anything just
to do.
You don't need to. They're technically out of combat. You can do whatever you like to do. Mechanically, action, bonus action, movement if you like, but.
How'd the creature fall? Did it is it resting?
Yeah, it got hit by the movement, like it pushed it back. Then as it buckled forward, it overcompensated. So it fell with one arm on the ground, and then the thing burnt through the front of its torso and fell into the earth in front of it.
Fell into the earth?
Onto the earth.
Oh, okay.
The only person who's into the earth we're gonna get to in just a moment.
Hey.
Yeah, that's true.
I am going to, unless Richter's doing anything, I'm gonna go over there and investigate that little little.
I will. Let me maybe this forward. Your guys are still in initiative.
Okay.
Oh, still in initiative. Okay. Yeah. Well. Okay. So I don't have. I mean, yeah, I don't necessarily have any actions, but I'm just gonna say like. What does Richter sound like?
Oh, good question. Hey, who the fuck are you? Yeah, that's all I think about. Hey, who the fuck are you? That's all.
Richter Turner. Richter Turner.
Yeah.
Got a real kind of just an absolute disgusting amalgamation of Irish and Scottish.
No. It's a perfect Richter accent.
Yeah.
That's right. I'm Richter. From a Middle Earth, Center Earth.
Braff says, "Are you good?"
From Hollow Earth.
This guy comes to and keeps saying his name.
Sorry, no.
No, I'm just kidding.
To be fair, the medics might appreciate that. They don't have to bother asking what his name is, you know.
Yeah.
But no, Richter, you don't need to have anything to do. But if you'd like to take time to do anything, like say something or
I'm gonna say
down
something.
another potion or heal yourself,
I have a speech I'd like to make.
Oh, okay. Absolutely.
No, I'm just gonna.
Everybody,
that was a bit of another close one. How long was I out?
Yeah, you were out for probably like 6-7 seconds, not very long. So, guy, we finished the fight pretty quick after you dropped. So,
it's not quiet around there anymore, is it?
I look over to the flaming kind of burning central portion of it. Doesn't look like it. Looks like whatever it was, whatever alteration of the environment that it had, it is no longer. It's no longer active, thankfully. And I'll stand up.
All right. Now, what was that thing in the middle of it?
And I'll look over at it.
As you guys look over to it, you can see Edmure now walking past it. Anders seems to have they seem to have some discussion or some exchanging of words, but Edmure's now making his way just past the creature, past it, making his way in your direction, but move eyes set past you guys. Galen, you are present. Really, all three of you are kind of in a row right now. Anders on the opposite side of the creature, but Edmure's approaching past you guys, heading towards the cave. You poked your head into just briefly.
Did it look like Edmure said something to him?
I would ask for a perception check, and all three of you can make a perception check or give help actions to each other if you like.
I'm kind of more hyper fixated on this thing, so I'm not gonna make.
Yeah, if you want to instead use your turn to investigate this thing, go past Edmure and look at this, go ahead and do that. Okay. First, if I can get the perception from the two of you who are doing so.
Got a 10.
Okay.
I got a 10.
Okay. That's easy. Both of you see the exact same amount of information. But no, I would say you heard a back and forth kind of talking. You heard Edmure's voice. He's communicated in some way. But whatever it was, it seems like Anders quickly distanced himself from it. You cannot currently see Anders. He's still on the other side of the creature as Anders making his way past you guys at this point, making his way.
We know Anders talked to him?
You heard both voices, yes.
I guess I'll approach around kind of towards Edmure, and
Edmure's walking past you right now.
Okay.
Edmure's made his way to you. He's walking past.
He's walking past me?
Yes. He's walking past all of you. He's making his way towards the cave. You yourself
I'm going to stand in front of him.
Okay. He just... We'll get to that, Richter. You see the same thing. You see Edmure coming by. Braff, I guess you were aware of Edmure's presence there, but if you're more focused on the metal core here, that can be... Yeah, you can go that. Go ahead and make a investigation check, Arcana, Nature, whatever you feel like Braff will use to approach this.
Let's do investigation.
Okay.
Because I wouldn't really know necessarily if it'd be Arcana in nature. So, rolling like shit, but stats will carry 13. No, sorry. 12.
Okay. Gotcha. Yeah, you're looking at this weird metal core. Kind of look over it. Kind of underneath. You can kind of duck down underneath. The creature fell in such a way, like it was tall, but now it's like down here. You have to kind of duck underneath the kind of grove of ligament, wood, and such within it. But that metal core you're seeing.
How big is it?
The core?
Yeah.
It's about 2 feet wide, 3 feet long. It's kind of more oblong than it is like a uniform shape. It's crumpled metal you're seeing.
2 feet wide. 3 feet. Okay.
3 feet long and about 2 feet like wide and tall. Like it is like an oval shape, but it's crumpled metal, and you can see it's a different patchwork of pieces of metal. It seems to be fused together in some ways as you're looking along it. It seems like at points different plates of metal melted together. But unmistakably looking at this, you're able to tell it's been made from different series of plate mail being taken and melted together.
Okay.
And you could do more looking into this if you'd like. I will say this, Gallon, at this point, just because of how you guys did certain things just now, initiative's going to end for right now, and we'll re-roll if we pick it up. But you move in front of Edmure. Edmure does not seem to really behold you in any way, but he does go to like take steps, just like take steps around you, still kind of very slowly, methodically moving.
So Edmure, stop.
Yeah, he's making his way to kind of move past you. He's kind of mumbling to himself.
You hear me? I'm gonna reach out to grab him.
Go ahead and grab him. Go ahead and give me an athletics check. He's like just kind of like trying to like get free, but he's not being violent about it. I'm gonna go with disadvantage on that.
Oh yeah, I got it. 23.
You beat his 8. As he like goes to like pull himself away from you and just kind of like hold his arm there. He just at this point he kind of stops and he kind of looks at you like completely hazed over eyes, like he's looking like past everything and is like kind of like looking at you, but more like focused off through you.
Edmure, listen.
I need to keep going.
Listen to me. You have to fight it.
I have to keep going. Give me actually no, at this point you don't need to roll anything. But he's like trying to he's like softly trying to pull his arm away. Like a very defeated type of.
So if you have to roll a saving throw for it, is there a way, are you able to help someone with that or no?
A saving throw for what?
So like, I mean, we kind of already know like kind of what this, we have an idea of what.
Right. You guys found a way to get somebody out of it. That did not involve a saving throw.
I guess mine was different, wasn't it?
Yeah, yours was a completely separate effect.
Well, but like, he's obviously in some sort of like affected by something. Am I able to roll the help action through, like, to help him with it?
You can try to do insight to see what's going on with him if you like or something, but you would need to have any idea of what's happening to see if you can do like a thing to help.
We helped Richter out of it, right?
No, Richter hit something, and you
guys did not. If you like, I'll say this: you know enough about what this is, and at no point were you guys able to get use a help action. Like there was no saving throw rolled. You guys physically brought somebody to a situation to get them out of it.
Okay, then I have him currently restrained.
You currently do, yes.
Let's see. Can I roll perception really quick to see if I can see like the roots around?
Sure, yeah, you can. Daylight is still cast. I don't believe it dropped if Richter dropped. I'll need you to double check.
I'll look.
What was 7?
7. Looking around, you don't really see any roots. Are you still like holding a grasp on him?
Yeah.
What's your AC?
1 hour, no concentration.
Yeah, gotcha.
16.
Rapier. Bam. Or actually, that's wrong. Okay, 16. So as you're like kind of going around and looking for things, you just feel like your arm's kind of holding him, and you're looking around, like you just feel like a slash in your armpit along as he just kind of has the halberd in one hand, and he's just like softly pulling back. So like it just slashes underneath, like holding it like choked up on the halberd, and just takes like the fat, almost like axe head of it, and slashes underneath your armpit, under the soft side of your armor there.
The halberd or the rapier?
halberd. I said rapier, but I realized he's holding the
okay.
halberd right now. Halberd. You know, I gotta love him for actually including all this shit. All right, cool. And then this doesn't do that, but it does this. So that works out. Yeah, so you're gonna take 5 points of that slashing damage. Just like draws it along you there. If you feel the need to go into initiative right now, we can. But he's just gonna slash on you. And he's gonna actually try to pull his arm fully away from you.
Oh, you piece of shit! I'm gonna attempt to trip him.
Okay, well he's I need you to make your athletic check here. So he's pulling away from you.
Is he? How did that work with being restrained?
He has a free arm.
With being grappled, well, I guess with being grappled, he has a free arm too.
He has a free arm. He rolled with disadvantage because it's a two-handed weapon.
Okay.
Just cut his head off. No, I'm just kidding. Wait, hold on. Who said that?
Athletics.
Yeah.
Let's see. 10.
He actually just barely beats that. Like, it's just partially because just like you just got your arm that was holding him slashed. He like just slips away, and he doesn't like takes like a two-step that's kind of quick away from you, but like quickly after that falls back into this rhythm, like mostly leaning on his halberd, now like bloodied up a bit more. But again, his form is completely bloodied and such.
Gallon, are you good?
Continue to walk.
I think we should stop him from heading down the tunnel. And I'm gonna attempt to. Can I grab the halberd from him?
You can try to disarm him, yeah.
What?
But whenever Cordell's here, I'll go to him. But go ahead and say what you're saying, Braff.
What? Just do what you did for me, and Richter. Whatever happened? Was like the root? You touched the root?
We did something with the roots. I don't see them nearby. I don't know if we have time to go back.
What about forward?
I don't think we have a choice. Is that athletics, Connor?
Yeah, I'm gonna just say athletics. Yeah. Oh, let's just contest his strength at this point. You're
16?
kind of pulling away from him.
Strength 6.
Yeah.
Strength check.
Yeah, it's just strength checks. Contested strength.
15.
15 meets it, beats it. So yeah, you're able to just like fully pull the halberd out of him. He kind of like stumbles a bit having done that, and you can see like as you do that, he's like he was holding it in his right arm, the halberd. His right leg, he's limping heavily with that leg, kind of like just going like you take the halberd from him, and he like fights it. You take it away from him, and then he just seems to just like it's gone now. Turns forward and continues walking, limping heavily.
I'm gonna use it to sweep his legs out from him.
Okay. Do you have anything mechanically that lets you do that, or you just want to try to do like an improvised leg sweep?
It's an improvised attack.
Okay.
It'd be an improvised weapon because I'm not using the axe end.
Yeah, you're gonna just try swinging the pole arm pretty much at him. Go ahead in that case. I'm just gonna say this: make a pole arm attack at him. It's gonna be dexterity.
Dexterity.
Yeah.
Attack.
Yeah.
I wouldn't add proficiency, right? Because I'm not proficient like improvised weapons.
You might be. You're using it as a pole arm. I'll say you're proficient enough in this. You can use proficiency. Because I believe you're proficient in martial. You're using a halberd. I'm just calling it a pole arm attack because that's kind of how you're using it. But you're using a halberd.
16. Yeah.
16 hits. Yeah.
Then...
Yeah, 16 hits. So you're just able, like, as he's walking, you just hit him on that back leg there. The one good leg as he's adjusting on to step on his bad leg, and he just goes. You hit him, and he just kind of tumbles down and falls down, and he's prone on the ground. There. You guys are all privy to this, Braff, unless you're trying to look further into this metal structure.
I'm gonna call to Anders. Say, Anders, can you come help me with Edmure?
You're gonna get no reply to that. Braff, are you wanting to do anything about the metal thing right now, or are you gonna try to attend to what's happening out here?
Why doesn't Anders respond?
None of you guys are able to see him right now. I'm trying to figure out what everybody's specifically doing right now. None of you can see Anders. He's on the other side of this wooden structured thing, like the fallen carcass.
Wasn't I on the same side of him? Because if he was,
you were down, like looking at the metal, but like my interpretation was you came from the side to kind of look at it. Like there's still a bit of the creature in the way of you seeing directly where Anders is. Like he's not like to the best of your knowledge, he's not like far away. You just can't see him, and he's not replying.
I'm not gonna waste some more time with the thing. I'm gonna crawl back out, and I'm gonna look over to where Richter kind of is, and I'm just gonna say, the heart-looking metallic object. It seems like there's different plates welded together or fused together. I'm not really sure if you want to take a look, and then I will make one more perception check around the room just to ensure that there is nothing else in here. Daylight is still active, I want to say, right?
Yes, it is active. It is off the short staff that Richter has.
Wait, didn't he pass it to Anders?
But then he got it back, yeah.
Oh, okay. But yeah, with that, I just want to make a quick perception check around the room, standing up kind of out of it on all angles, and then I'll start making my way over to Gallon.
Okay, go ahead and roll the perception.
Oh, there we go, baby. Let's get it. 21.
Oh, yeah, looking around the room, you're seeing, like, with this light cast on the other side of this creature, you're able to see further down. You're seeing where Edmure kind of flattened out with Gallon kind of standing over him. Gallon bleeding himself, not nearly as badly as, well, for one, Richter is certainly, but Edmure himself as well. Halberd in one hand, glowing sword in the other, kind of like standing over this fallen figure. You're seeing this room is very dark, just from all the stonework, the reflection off the light, all the water, and that's in this very damp space. This pool that's kind of in front of you, off to one side, where it's the creature was first noticed by Richter. Seems like a really shallow, kind of like a natural cavern pool. Really, puddle might be more appropriate. Just a bit big, but you're able to see that and kind of the water and light reflecting off the kind of the rippling water as all these water droplets hit it. As you take a step back, you are able to look backwards down the path you came from. You aren't seeing light coming from that pathing over there. No one brought any light or has kept any light there. But you are able to, as you're looking around, you are able to kind of like see just off to the side of where the creature's carcass is. You are able to just make out Anders over there. The light's not really shining on him, but there's enough light in the room. And he seems to be just kind of like kneeling over Cyrus's body. Just kind of just spending time there. Like once you notice him, especially on that roll, you're able to tell like he's in a state of seemingly shock. Just kind of just dumbfounded, like over it. Just like it seems very much out of sorts.
Okay. I will sigh, and I'll rush over to Gallon, and I'll just say, I think honestly, let's just keep going. I think that if we can, there might be more routes up ahead, but I think we should go. Time is of the essence. Let's just go. And so I'm gonna start walking deeper into the cave.
So, Braff, can you get Anders? We can't have him just crawling around in here. He's with Cyrus.
Edmure's gonna try to get up also, just so you know.
I kick him in the head. I don't.
You want to make it okay.
But no. So I will. Richter, can you gather Anders, and we gotta keep moving. We gotta see if we can resolve. We gotta see if we can resolve this quicker than yeah. And I'll just keep going.
Okay,
keep going.
You guys want to keep going? What are you doing with Edmure?
Edmure.
Trying to hoist him?
So you're just going down the tunnel?
Yep. Cautiously, not like I'm like kind of like okay.
Your back's turned to Gallon though.
Yes.
Can I roll one more attempt to have him not get up?
Edmure?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, you can contested athletics. He's on the ground.
So if he's trying to get up, it'd be contested.
Yeah. If you want to be like imposed over him, I'll let you do that. He's gonna be rolling with disadvantage as he's on the ground. You can just roll straight to make that simpler.
Strength or athletics?
Yeah, let's just do athletics. You're not trying to disarm him, just keeping him down.
16.
Oh yeah, you're good. He struggles to get up, but you can tell he's weakening. You can see he's actually bleeding quite badly from like a slash just above his hip on that right side. And as he struggles to get up, he theoretically you don't have to put much force on him, but he could get out of what you put him in, but like there just does not seem to be enough like actual energy and like strength coming from that leg, and he's just kind of like settles on the ground. So you're able to keep him down. Raph's going to continue walking.
Can I
We'll get
turn?
to Richter real quick.
I was gonna turn to look at Richter, so I guess whatever.
Yeah. Richter, Braff asked you if you were going to go check on Anders. Is that something you want to start doing here?
Yeah.
Okay.
I'll head over. As I pass by the remains of the monster, can I like investigate it with a nature roll?
Yeah, absolutely. What do you want to try to see looking into it? Just like what it might be type thing?
Yeah, I don't think I know what kind of creature it is. I'm wondering if it's like separate from the main like root monster, or if it's its own thing that just happens to live in this cave, you know?
Got you. Go ahead and check it out.
Damn. 8.
Okay. What you are looking at doesn't seem to be natural. It's made of nature. But like you're looking at it and like none of it really makes a ton of sense. All these roots, bark stuff, which does like is reminiscent somewhat of like a shambling mound, which you know is being like a kind of a tree creature. But it isn't that. It's quite different in the way. It's not like it doesn't look like a tree. You couldn't confuse it for being a tree. It's very humanoid in nature. And this metal thing that fell out of it is completely outside of anything you would imagine for a creature. The best you can tell is, though this thing is quite natural in a lot of its ways and functions, like you're seeing the metal on it, you're seeing like kind of like you're smelling now the kind of the meat and this black and coagulated liquid coming out of it. Whatever this was probably created.
Okay.
This is his outro.
Yeah, I saw Todd laugh, and that let me know something's wrong with the Discord.
No, that was Braff's outros. He went down the tunnel.
But yeah, you get that, Richter, and you're good to continue a longer look further into it if you like.
No, I don't care about. Oh god. Yeah, I'll just move on to Anders, and he's still just kind of hanging out there.
You know, he's Braff was able to notice he's kind of kneeling down, just resting on both knees, kind of sitting on his heels, just like right next to the. This is the first time you're really seeing it up close. The horrifically mangled body of Cyrus. Like from the pretty much from the top of the torso on is scattered along 20 feet.
Okay. So
He just kneeled down, like the only just pretty much the torso. He's like almost like directing his energy kind of like towards directing his vision towards like the remaining torso of the easiest thing for him to find as the body of Cyrus. You still see like the broken buckler and such off to like one side away, the armor completely ripped, like scattered around as it was completely crushed. But he's just kind of kneeling over it, just completely in shock.
Okay, I'm gonna just walk up to him, look at Cyrus with him, kind of put my hand on his shoulder, and I'm gonna say, well, probably not gonna have an open casket then.
That's
Wow.
Oof.
I want you to roll
For
me a
real?
performance change with. I want you to roll me a performance check with disadvantage.
Oof.
Okay.
He hit
This
him
man
with
hit him with that's a pancake, my guy.
Let's see, performance.
Oh man.
You're a druid, so your performance is very good.
Sorta. It's fine. 14.
14. Okay. So kind of just sit there, just numb to this. You say that, and it's kind of just like. I don't know, Richter, if that's really something I appreciate right now. I mean, I think I would rather be alone right now. And he kind of just like it says that, and he kind of like mutters for a moment, and his thoughts seem to kind of trail off. kind of just settles back and kind of being more in his own head than
I'll leave the
anywhere
music.
Yeah. Let's see. Yeah. Um.
Bro, turn into a
Gosh.
puppy. Make him happy.
No, I'm not gonna turn into a puppy.
It worked in Puss in Boots.
It
Hey,
did.
yo, it did.
You mean when Puss in Boots turned into a puppy?
Yeah,
Yeah.
the famous scene.
Yeah.
Gosh. Are you sure you want to stay here? It's I mean, I can't say it's going to get a lot better down the path, but I think if we stick together, we'll have a much better chance of stopping whatever evil they're trying to stop. Now I know that I knew Cyrus a bit better than I knew you, of course, and I assume you knew him a lot better than I did, but right now is the time for action. The time for mourning will be a bit later. Now, if there's anything that you want to collect from him, I'd recommend doing that. Any kind of memorabilia or keepsakes. But we've got a job to do.
Go ahead and make me a persuasion check. Believe it or not, the DC's a little bit higher because you did mention a closed casket.
Yeah.
Oof.
The consequences of your actions.
Well. If it ain't the consequences of my actions.
19.
Speaking of which,
Ooh.
19 is really good. You kind of just hear a.
Nice.
He was the first person to trust me after a mission went bad. I wasn't ready for another one to go bad. All right. Yeah, I'll follow you. And he kind of just reaches over to the side, kind of a ways. Like he's like looking for it, but he kind of reaches over a ways. He knew where, like, kind of where it was. He was aware of it. He kind of grabs the short sword that Cyrus had. And just takes it, kind of tucks it into a belt next to him, and like very slowly gets to his feet. And all right, Richter, I'll follow you.
All right, before we go, is there any just loose dirt laying around? I know we're in a cave, so it's not like there's not like
Actually,
mounds of earth.
I will say this: you already investigated the creature. The creature itself did have actually a weird amount of dirt on it that would have fallen off when you were looking kind of at the creature at the metal center. There was going to be dirt on the ground, kind of near it. A lot of it's going to be that red mired clay, but some of it will also be just normal sediment.
Okay, I'm gonna do the what's it called, mold earth, and just gather up all that dirt and kind of like 20 feet. You said, holy shit.
You're gonna have a closed casket.
Yeah, I'm gonna close the casket, but like, so would I have to make like a 20-foot long little like row of dirt, or could I kind of like I don't want Richter to spend a bunch of time like pushing the fucking
You
top of
don't
his
want
head.
to. I know what you're saying. You don't want to create a squeegee out of dirt to kind of. Yeah.
Or just yeah.
No. I will say that it is up to you. There's 20
Okay.
feet of blood, viscera, and identifiable pieces of person along a part of a rock wall. So however you think mold earth, your very limited amount of earth will help that. Go for it. Also, if you feel like that is what you should, if that is something you want to do now, go for it.
Just cover the main body, bro, and call it good. You can't account for every chunk of brain matter, sadly.
If you looked hard enough, you might find an eye. Like it's around.
That's the keepsake.
Put that in my
Eye.
pocket.
Yeah, thanks. If it was
Like a
Bearden,
garden
you would.
and I
Bearden would.
if the death was sad enough to be cursed, you know.
Well, you know what
Yeah,
Bearden
sure.
would have done? He'd have been like,
How do you eat beans so weird?
Beans. Oh, you know who I said? I should text.
While you're doing this, Richter, I am gonna move on from you guys to Cordell, and then let me know what you come up with.
Okay.
Cordell, you dig yourself out of this kind of shallow, soot-covered grave. Like, you dig yourself out, like you get your hands finally moved through and such, and you get your head up. Like, you pretty much like dig out a sediment bowl where like you can get your eyes and mouth out of it, but you're still very much in it. The soil is very loose, but like the fighting for your life stress of the situation and like the pressure you felt on your torso is very much relaxed, having this to like properly allow air and breathing to.
Do I have my arms out, or am I just like?
Yeah, your arms are up and out. Like your arms, like you pretty much like rest your arms like maybe about here onto the top surface.
First thing I'm gonna do is just kind of lay back, let out a size, and then look around and see what's around me.
Right. I already confirmed that you did not see Larry here, but you could go ahead and roll a perception check to see what you can see. Very limited cone of vision where you're at right now, but you can go ahead.
16.
16. You're looking up. For one thing you absolutely identify is looking up is taking a minute and relaxing. So you see an array of stars above you. You remember those clouds kind of coming through while you're over the red mire, and it seems like where you're able to see here, those clouds aren't present. You're seeing stars, seeing quite a clear sky. You are hearing a trickling of water somewhere off to the side. There seems to be like a fluttering of wings somewhere. But like all you're really able to see here is your hands, the soil kind of crater up and around you, and just the night sky.
Is there the trickling of water? Is that like a stream trickling of water, or kind of like what sort of body of water would I be able to make that out?
Sure. I would say you would know it because you would have kind of seen it as soon as you exited the mire. That is the closest amount you can think is like a very small stream, like a drainage runoff is the best we can attribute it to.
Okay.
Very small amount, but it's coming from the water wheel that's allowing that water to come out of the reservoir from the dam. The dam, I would say, as you walked out and you were having the whole conversation with Larry, the dam was in view. It was not far away from you. It's like a quarter mile away from you. Like it was, as you guys went into the red mire, you walked along the top of the dam from the town of Marsha's Retreat down.
So it'd be a short distance to the dam, right? 20-minute walk maybe or so.
Not even, dude. It's a quarter mile.
Okay.
Really close. One moment here, I have an alarm going off. I need to shut up. So 1 minute.
I don't know who that is, but people are waving.
who's that?
Well, I think that's Logan and Logan V2 and Logan V3.
Logan 1, Logan 2, and Logan 3.
Yo. Kind of like that one Dr. Seuss show.
Good assumption.
Yeah.
Kevin said, all right, now get out of here.
Evan, cast Fireball on them.
On
Yeah.
Anders and Cyrus's body.
No, on Logan 1, 2, and 3 back there.
Oh, okay. Logan 1, 2, and 3. I
Yo,
like that.
did you kill?
I'm amazed you guys were not
Yeah.
able to hear that.
Hear what?
There was a constant alarm going, and like I had to like stop talking for a minute to see like if my thing went green. But no, like my dryer was screaming at me.
Oh, I didn't
You
hear
know?
anything.
That's
I
good.
didn't
Yeah,
I
that's
didn't hear
ideal.
anything because
I didn't
my
hear
headphones
anything.
were off.
I was in the bathroom.
You were in the back. Oh, that's so cool.
I was medicating.
Bro was
But
shitting.
Cordell, yes, you're only a quarter mile away from that dam right now. Again, to your knowledge, you're only a quarter mile away. You don't believe you've moved as you've been pressed in. You're now just breathing in this little special pot of dirt you have made yourself.
Well, I'll start digging myself out after I take a little breather and start to try to get the rest of my body out.
Okay, give me an athletics check, not to determine if you can, but to determine how long it takes.
gonna take pretty long. It looks like I got a 9.
Yeah, you start like just kind of wiggling your body out. And you feel like the sediment kind of moved down, and you just are in loose dirt. So like you like put your body up, kind of wiggle, and like you're kind of like part of it is like you kind of like digging out around you, and just it's an awkward motion. It's imperfect. You're gonna use a lot of energy working yourself out. Best you can figure, it's gonna take like 10, 15 minutes, like dig out and move yourself up. Like pretty much once you're able to get your shoulders up past the area of earth, you're able to kind of rest at the top and kind of dig yourself out and around. But yeah, you are able to slowly but successfully get yourself out of this kind of like pit that has been created in the earth. As you do so, and as you're moving around, you can see there's like almost this perfect, like almost like bored out core of earth down on the ground next to you. It seems like whenever you were set down into the earth was displaced and perfectly arrayed right next to you.
Interesting. So now that I'm out, I want to check around my belongings for the stone or whatever it was that he handed to me.
Sure.
Fill the dam up with.
Absolutely. There's no roll necessary. The first thing you feel is you put your hand in the pack. So it's just this very smooth, like almost river stone on the top.
And the inn
feel it.
Isn't far from me as well, correct?
Oh, walking along the top of that dam right into the center of town, it probably takes another minute or so walking through.
All right. Since I have my stone, I have my body. I will make my way towards the inn. What time is it approximately? It's late night, correct?
It is late night, but that wasn't a problem the last couple times we went through the. Let me make sure I have all of that.
So what's the
Here.
time diff from like our group and him?
Right now, I'm gonna say there isn't a crazy time difference. He traveled around a lot, but there's some other things happening.
Through time and space.
We're gonna get into a lot of that in a little bit. But no, you're able to just walk along around town. You're seeing all these lights lit up. You were able to faintly see it as you're moving through the red mire. But yeah, you're walking up around up this kind of like this goat path, and as you're moving up through, can you give me a perception check again?
Perceiving. At 20.
Hey, nice.
I feel like I wasted it here, but I'll take it.
Hell yeah.
I will let you determine if you feel it's wasted. But as you're moving up through, just walking along this path, you were very shortly after the tree line did this altercation with Larry take place, as he gave you an early, let's say, performance review to keep on brand. But as you're walking around, you see this kind of disheveled-looking pile, this pile of rocks right there that perhaps you never noticed before. But seems to be a sandstone pile of rocks. But now, as you're walking by and seeing it, you would have noticed it now. When you walked by before, it didn't draw any attention to you, but now you're looking at this blackened, cracked array of rock, barely held together. Like all these rocks are broken and chipped and sundered around. You're looking at a pile of gravel that is held together by nothing more than the shape of the rocks it came from.
I will walk over to this pile of rocks to investigate.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Whatever you'd like to do to investigate it. You had a nat 20, so I'm going to give you advantage on this.
What would I like to do to investigate it? So it's a pile of rocks that are chipped and held together by like their original form.
With your nat 20, with the structure of these rocks held, you could tell it's at least directly similar to the standing stone type things you've seen all around the red mire. It seems to be another one of those. This one seems very damaged. And you believe you would have noticed it if you've seen it be this damaged. But whatever you'd like to do to look into it further, you'll have advantage.
I would like to... I mean, if it's similar to the rocks I've seen before, I'd like to do some sort of arcana check. I don't know, would that be going against my knowledge of the magic there?
No, arcana is a thing that a lot of people might have some general knowledge on. So yeah, you can roll it.
Sweet. With advantage?
Yep.
15 and See, I have a 5E. Star Wars edition character sheet in Arcana.
I literally
This is
sent.
not listed here.
I literally sent the fantasy 5e character. What the
Corey, are
hell?
you telling me this entire time Cordell's been on the 5e Star Wars character sheet?
100%, yeah.
What?
It's
the
your
hell?
intelligence modifier.
Is it my intelligence for Arcana? So, okay, 0. I rolled 13.
Wouldn't technology be like the translatable skill in theory?
No, it's technically Force is a translatable one. But Force isn't on those character sheets. So there's a home rule we use for Force checks.
No. Sick.
Which is a fun bit of knowledge. I guess people now know about Star Wars 5e. Thanks,
Yeah.
Corey. But a 13. Looking at this, it's like a very obviously broken display, and you're looking at it here. I would say this. This thing you're looking at, it doesn't seem like it had magic in it for a long while until but as you're looking at this, like a soft, like bluish purple glow at the very top of this thing. It seems to kind of ripple through. Like that might have been what drew your eye to this. Is within these cracks, there's this faint, very faint glow, and it seems to be of some leftover magic. Something. It's almost like something happened to this very recently, and it's now whatever it was is completely broken. There was no magic. The magic happened immediately through, and it's now a very damaged thing. I will give you this on your nat 20 as well, just to carry this over a little bit. You're looking at this broken rock. You felt a smooth rock on the top of your pack. And as you're looking at the smooth rock, you're realizing, I would say this, you would realize that you have a rock from a very similar formation in your pack.
Yeah, I would like to take that rock out and put it on top of this pile.
Find gravel in your pack.
God damn it. Gravel?
You reach in to find it, and there is no evidence of that rock aside from a shattered array of fragments from this rock are loose in your pack.
I get it.
No bueno. What the heck?
What the hell?
Is this the devil's doing? Well, mentally noted. I will proceed on my mission.
Of course. Looking at this and seeing the rock and trying to put the best together. You continue along your walk. Walking up towards, again, you're going through a very flat plain, all these deforested trees on your right side as you're moving through. A very quiet lumber yard. It's very, very late at night now as you're moving along. You can make your way up the little goat path and such, which is kind of a steep path. You would remember from this morning when you made your way down. But making your way up is a little bit more stressful, but you get to the top, there's a series of torches, about 7 torches kind of lit along the top of the wall. 1 or 2 of them are actually out, it seems. They were lit earlier on, and now they're kind of dimmed out throughout the day, throughout the night. For whatever reason, maybe they ran out of oil. But no, it's you have a steady walk along the top of this dam here. All this light glowing. You could also see here a lot of light coming off from the reservoir ahead of you. Again, it's a full moon tonight. You're seeing all this light illuminating off the top of the moon on this reservoir, and you were able to see the breath of the water being held by the dam. Just right out there. It seems like at this point it's maybe about 4 to 5 feet from the top of the dam, whereas on the other side it goes down about 40.
As I walk across the dam, I think I'll take a second to mentally capture the beauty.
Okay, yeah.
And then just continue on.
Yeah, continue on. Are you walking along the dam? Where specifically are you heading as you're walking forward? Now a very illuminated town. You can even hear a little bit of noise in town, like murmuring, racket and such. You're far enough away you can't identify specific voices, but there seems to be some activity still at this hour.
I'm gonna go straight towards the inn.
All right. Yeah, walking along there, all these torches again lit up along the kind of this little half wall that makes up one side of Marcia's retreat. You make your way through. You can see as you work through, for the first time in a long time, you see people that maybe are not immediately suspicious. As you're walking through, you kind of turn a corner, and there seems to be a couple going from a stroll. Matter of fact, you might even recognize them, because I know at one point I did narrate this for somebody, as there's a couple going for a stroll the night before, just going on a walk throughout town. To you, they're making their way past just down one side street, turning another quarter, you are directly in front of where you have the bakery and the armory and like this tailor and all that, and just forward in front of you, you see this kind of outside pavilion area. You see there's still like these benches out in front. You see there's still like fires glowing inside. There's some people actually seated outside this time around. It seems like it's kind of a crisp, colder night air, but people don't really seem bothered by it. Still enjoying time outside. The front door is fully opened inside the tavern, and you're free to make your way forward.
Yeah, I'll walk through the doors, make my way towards the bar.
Yeah,
I mean, Marsh, is that his name?
That's Marsh. You're right. I had to make sure I got my notes there. But yeah, you make your way inside. There seems to be an array of people inside, chatting, having conversation. I'm having some conversations and such. Go ahead and give me a perception check as you're walking up. Todd, what was that? I do need to see that. I do need to see. Show it off, buddy.
Yes, sir.
Show it off, buddy. Oh, hell yeah.
Unfinished.
All right, Todd. I appreciate it. I appreciate you showing it off.
I got a 19.
Okay. You make your way in and kind of look around. You see the array of like a lot of lumber workers, a bunch of people. You can even make out like you might recognize a face from one of like the bakery when you were there. Some other ambient faces as you're moving through town. But there is another table of, it seems like, armored individuals. Yellow cloaks glowing off to one side. Seem quite heavily armored, as if they seem like they're all wearing some form of plate and such. You're actually I recognize some of the insignias on them. On your 19, you're looking at like 4 knights of the Mason Order who are currently present at one table off inside the bar.
I'm gonna make my way over. Wait.
Just like fully swerve over away from the bar.
The Mason Order isn't that has nothing to do with like the guards in the area, right? They're
completely separate.
Completely, yeah. And make my way over to their table.
Okay. So again, subverting the bartender, just heading over.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah, you can make your way over. You see like a group of like 3 pretty young looking guys, all in all, like early 20s. All sitting around like having you see like a couple of mugs in front of them that are empty, as they are holding mugs themselves. There seems to be like a tray of food kind of on the table in front that's long since been picked clean. They're kind of just like laughing amongst themselves, as there's kind of like one a little bit more seasoned looking individual there. Just like you can see, like he still seems relatively young, but you can tell there's a bit of an age on his face. Not that he himself is old, but he's lived a longer, probably a more difficult life. He himself is seated off to one side. He is the only one who actually has like the helmet still on. Everyone else has their helmets off to one side and such, loose with their weapons. He still has his seems like a sword on a scabbard, quite a large one on a scabbard. Well, the other 3 are kind of giggling and such, and he kind of sees you approaching and sees you making eye contact and leans over. And is like, excuse me, friend. First time in a while I've seen one of your stature. If you don't mind, what brings you to the retreat?
Oh yes, yeah. I am here for a hunt out at I forgot the name of the keep.
Redmire.
The Redmire Keep.
Oh, then you got the invitation as well. Yeah, we're here to meet up with them.
Oh, really? When do you expect to show up?
Oh, I heard it's not for another day or so, as last we got from our letters.
That's about accurate. You plan to go across the dam and through the mire?
Yeah, that is. I mean, you must have got a letter yourself. If you don't mind, what's your name, friend?
My name's Cordell. Pleased to meet you. What was your name?
My name is please, Sir Gillamon. These are my 3. They're more squires, let's say, but no, knights. I heard a contingent of our knights helped take the keep over there, so we're gotta go check out our new castle, our new I guess place to grow from. So.
Well, hey, I'm pleasure to meet you. I'm sure you'll be great company on the hunt. Next round's on me, but I got something to take care of real quick, and I'll toss them enough gold to cover the next round.
All right, you go and toss them. Let's just say 10 gold, more than enough to cover it. And they just take that and just like some of the guys like oh, and then one guy's just go as he just kind of just takes his drink and kind of sloshes it around. You're pretty deep into the night by the time you get here, and they are pretty deep into the drinks. And yeah, and then Cordell, where are you heading?
Back to the. I'm gonna go try to find Marsh.
Yeah, you see, he's like there cleaning a drink himself. He is behind the bar, just kind of taking time cleaning a drink. And he looks over, and kind of like gives you a nod. And he looks over, like looks at you. It's like, oh, the short one. Where's your group of friends? I didn't expect to see you in some time.
Yeah, we got split up. Do you mind me asking? Do you have a map of the area around, or know where I can find one?
A map of the area, just like around Marsha's retreat, or just like the territory, or
kind of around Marsh's retreat, I think. Yeah, just that'll do.
I might be able to find some older maps or something, but most of the businesses will be open in the morning if you want to. Because best I can think is there might be one of the general stores up top might have them.
Kind of a rush request here. We got something going on.
I'll tell you what. Give me a couple moments. I'll see if I have one on my person, and I'll.
Be great.
Yeah. So yeah, 1 minute. He kind of cleans a drink for a minute, like polishing a drink, then just sets down the drink with the rag still inside it, and then just exits and goes through the door kind of behind him. And then yeah, you're there for a couple moments. What are you doing here, Cordell? Just sitting at the table, kind of drink, like people watching. Like, what are you doing as you're kind of sitting in the space?
I'm gonna sit at the bar, assuming like there's seating there. I'm gonna take a seat.
Yeah, absolutely.
I have dice, I think. I'm gonna.
I hope to God you have dice, because you made a couple rolls.
As a player, or
I mean, your character sheet's apparently on Star Wars 5e, so I really don't know what.
Right.
But no, I do believe your character does have dice. Yes.
This man went through the character creation process of Star Wars 5e.
I also have a crowbar.
Oh, thank God.
I'm gonna take out my dice set and play. I don't know, some old-timey game that Cordell knows. That's alone.
Presumably a single-player game.
Yeah,
okay.
Single player.
Yeah, you just roll damage dice for a while. You just see how much you can squeeze out of a fireball, and just but no, you're free to like play a game. Probably a game that he would know from one of his various pasts that Cordell has.
You could use the mugs and gold pieces to play Warhammer Age of Sigmar.
I play Warhammer Age of Sigmar.
Okay, cool.
Nice.
You do so. You choose the worst Warhammer IP and decide to play that. But no, yeah. So as you're trying to figure out how Lord Croak took off from a planet, which is a thing, and whatever. But no, you're there for a minute. Going through, then kind of like making his way through the back, kind of like kicking through the back of the door. He has like a couple of mugs with him. Like seems like mugs he got from storage. It sets them out around the bar in front of him. And then reaches to the back of his pocket and produces a small parchment for you, and hands it over. Like, I'll just buy a new one for myself in the morning. I don't need them often, but 5 gold sound fair for you?
Oh yeah, more than fair. And I'll give him 10.
Oh, and would you like a drink?
No, thank you. Thank you very much, though.
All right. Go ahead and give me an insight check.
This man's quite literally on the highway to hell, bro.
Oh, I hope I have a modifier. Wait. Ah, it's upside down. Oh, wait, no, it's not.
How do your dice work?
Oh, it was I rolled a 9. I thought it might have been a 6.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
It's
I was like, thought it was upside down.
I got 14.
Got you. He's like giving you the drinks and stuff. He gives you the map. He is being very accommodating, which is his job, but he does seem pretty uneasy with you. Just generally, there's a lot that could be going on there, but he does seem fairly uneasy. But he's adhering to all your requests and such, and is appreciative, obviously, of your gold. But you have the map with you.
I'm going to spread the map out in front of me and start looking. And Well, I guess how does the map appear to be updated recently, or is it an old map?
It looks like a version 2 type of thing. It looks like an old map with additions added onto it.
All right. So, can I see the? I'm mainly trying to look at the dam.
You see Marsh's retreat.
Assess the outcome of blowing up the dam.
I want you to either give me an investigation or a survival check. Actually, I am going to insist on a survival check here because you're trying to use a map to get an idea of topography. Which I will say this: you're looking at a political and actual population map. You're not looking at a topographical map. There are topographical features though, so you can make your best inference.
I got
11. Thank you. For one, it's a version 2 map. It's updated. It doesn't say version 2, final draft, final for real. But it is updated in some way. You can see Marsh's retreat there. It doesn't have outlined directly the position of the dam, but you're able to see there. It's a kind of a. You see roughly where it is. It also shows the Red Mire as the Red Mire. It doesn't show any bits of deforestation or anything along it. But it does show where this river used to run. The actual Red River is what it was called at one point. Now there's a point marked on it that outlines it as the Red Reservoir, which is a bit of alliteration that I guess the person writing the map isn't talking with you, but I'm just telling you the map writer hated that. The RR. But no, you can see where that river used to run. It used to run directly through the actual Red Mire, feeding different parts of it. The river continuously passed through the Red Mire. It seemed to be feeding different parts in the mire itself, but they are not marked as what they are on the map. Seems like whatever things they might have been going to could be as simple as ponds and lakes, or perhaps reroutes or whatever. Whatever they are, they do seem to mostly stop and disperse within the mire themselves. There does seem to be some form of a small lake outlined within the Red Mire that it seems like most of these are feeding towards, but that is the extent of it. I will say it goes a ways into the Red Mire.
As far as my background on population density, and if that might be on this map,
one of us
how does it follow this?
Is a siege warfare expert, so I'm going to go ahead and say you can argue to me how you might know about population density.
We got a bunch of interesting individuals in this party.
Yeah,
I studied reproduction.
What?
No, just from traveling through the Red Mire across conversation, do I know of any? I don't know. I remember there were fairies or something that were out there at one point. That other camp that he offered us to hunt instead. Is it any sort of those kind of populations that I might infer are along this wrath of the dam?
What I'll say is this: life, especially civilized life, requires water, and a lot of it. Even if they were more solitary beings, they still need access to water. So you could reason that this group would probably be alone. Its original path, whatever form it might take.
Do I see any aqueducts coming up?
I forgot to mention there is also 2nd century Rome there. I forgot to mention.
Okay. And so I think that ends my assessment of the map. I'm gonna roll it up, put it in my sack, and then ask if Marsha's still around, or Marsha.
Yeah, Marsh is still there.
Marsh.
He's at this point. He's taking the one drink he's perpetually cleaning, had it set off to the side. He is pouring a couple other drinks from a keg set up in front. He's 5 feet away from you. You are at the bar, so he's kind of always nearby.
I'm gonna turn to him and say, "Excuse me, Marsh. Can I get a room for the night?"
Yeah, sure. Actually, your old room's still available. You paid, if I recall. No, I guess you only paid for the one night, huh?
Oh, I can't remember. If you don't want to charge me, you're good.
No, you're fine. Go ahead. Let me go ahead, and he kind of looks through and digs up, and he gets the key there for you. And it's just yeah, that's right. Room 1, if I recall. And here you go. No problem.
Thank you. Appreciate it. And I'll make my way up.
Yeah, and then you are free. You make your way upstairs, kind of walking along through. It's not really as you make your way upstairs. It is still a dead environment up top. There's somebody else to be any knowledge. You were also given key 1, so it doesn't seem like there's many other rooms being occupied here. But yeah, you're free to go inside your room.
I will. I'm gonna get in the room. I'm gonna get naked except for my clothes. So I'm gonna take off my backpack.
The more things
Cordell
change, the
thing,
more they
bro.
stay the same.
Typical, bro. Typical Cordell
so-
things.
I want my backpack off. I'm gonna take my whip out,
Mm-hmm.
tight it across my waist like a belt, as I have before, and I'm going to take my stone of dam blowing up and conceal it in my robes, which have pockets.
Got you. Yeah,
Okay.
you put it in your you put it in your big Lebowski bathrobe.
Yes.
No, you're able to do so. How casual do you look in these robes? Do you look like somebody who would blend into an environment, or do you look like you're in your pajamas?
I'd blend in at a mosque, but I probably stick out like a sore thumb walking around at night.
You have your more religious garbs here. Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I would say you have all those. Your whip, again, you're wearing as a belt. Or are you
Perfect.
not?
Yes.
Okay, you have a wear as belt. Gosh, I don't need you to roll a disguise for that because we established that is something you're familiar with. Or at least it looks part of the part. But yeah, you have your stuff set aside here. You have your wooden room plaque that just lets you know you have room 1. And yeah, you're in this place. You were given loose instructions on when to do this.
Is there a window in my room?
There is. There's just like the kind of the slants, like arrow slit kind of window, kind of shining light through, if I recall.
I'm gonna peer my head out the window, assuming I can get it open.
It is
enough
not.
room.
It is just an empty space. Like there's just air traveling through.
Can I fit through the window?
I'm gonna say it's quite a thin window, so I'm gonna say no, unless you want to try to constrict your body. You being a monk, you might have something.
First, I would like to peer my head out the window
Okay,
to
yeah.
assess what I would fall on if I squished
yeah.
through the window.
Perception check, please.
Pitchfork just
Perception
sitting
check.
right up there.
You said roll for something?
A perception, please.
12.
12. Yeah, looking down below, there seems to be like an actual outcrop from the tavern below you. So instead of dropping all the way down, which might be as many as 15 feet, you'd be dropping down just about 6 to a slanted roof. Best you could figure, kind of putting the array of the building together. That's the kitchen that Marsh keeps going back into to get more stuff. It's like a provision or some form of storeroom that's directly behind the bar, which your room is above.
And if I were to jump off of the roof that I land on, what does that look like from what I see up here?
You jump off the roof and you land on that roof, you mean?
So I land on the roof of the kitchen. If I were to jump off the kitchen roof, what's the land below?
It's another
that?
very small fall. It's like you're taking a fall where you might be rolling damage, and instead you're going to be doing a series of falls where no damage is being rolled, but perhaps you might risk making some noise.
Perfect. I'm gonna try to squeeze out the window stealthily.
Okay, go ahead and give me. I'm going to say an acrobatics check here to kind of move your quite small, relatively slender form, as we have established. You are 1 inch shorter than Richter.
It is a 7.
Yeah, you just go to try to make your way through, and just like you get like your shoulders in, you get like one shoulder out, but you're not able to figure out how to get that other shoulder through, and it just is a tight spot.
Most you.
Thank you. Perhaps like with a lot of time, you can find a way to get through, but it's gonna be a pain in the ass.
I'm gonna back up from the window.
Okay, yeah, you're like you got this, but you're fully committed. But you have to get yourself through. Your head's pretty easy to slide back into the room.
I'm gonna try to get a running start and jump through this window.
Ooh, nice.
Okay,
Cranium damage.
go ahead and try to run and jump through. Give me an acrobatics check.
Natural 1.
Let me think. Let me think of what I'm adding or taking from this. Is you're gonna try to run and jump through.
I got an 8. Advantage for blunt force.
Trauma?
No, not really. I was gonna say, like, it's a dexterity roll already. No, you just run and jump through, and you just go, poof, and you like that same shoulder, like you're able to slide your body through, but you just like with more force, just slam that shoulder in. And it wasn't a matter of the amount of force you were putting; it's a matter of your shoulder wasn't getting through, and you feel that as you just slam your body in. You're gonna take just 1 point of damage. Slamming into that.
Wait.
Corey,
I'm dead.
Corey,
I had
Corey-
1 health.
Oh
Sorry,
my, no, there's no way that just happened.
Take it back, roll
Corey,
it back, give myself.
let me say this: you went to a tavern, you walked around, you did stuff, you got it out.
What?
Do you think Cordell would have taken a short rest between there and now?
I mean,
Nah,
I
knock
didn't
his
do
ass
anything
out.
strenuous, but
Knock
did 3
his
hours
ass
pass?
out.
Okay, I'll let you roll a dexterity saving throw to see if you take this damage. That's the grace I'll give you here.
I got an 11. Well, plus I have advantage on dex saving throws. So
Okay.
Advantage.
14? Or like
Oh, yeah,
I don't know
proficiency.
what it's called. Proficiency, yes.
Roll.
Oh yeah.
Not advantage.
Honestly, 14 is fine. To run through and slam into this. Here's the thing, like you're gonna like damage makes sense for that, but I also am not gonna kill you. Like I'm just like let Corey make me not kill you here. So that
1
works.
quarter damage, bro. You have 3 more quarters.
Yeah, but also I will say, Cordell, you hitting this and you feeling that, and also just like you hit it and you briefly pass out from it, and then you were asphyxiated not long ago. You dug yourself out of a grave earlier today. You took off all your robes and stuff, but you're still affected by that. So I would say you are incredibly aware of how fragile you are at this moment as you're partway out of a window.
Noted. Okay. I will not be making my way out that window, it sounds like.
Okay.
I'm going to sneak my way out of the tavern.
Are you going to do anything to heal yourself?
To heal myself?
Weren't you kind of like our half healer?
He was the only healer, yeah.
See, the
last healer.
You can. I would say this. You know that you had time before you needed to accomplish a task. So if you want to do a short rest, you can do so in your room. Timeline-wise, if you do
3 hours, correct?
Short rest is normally 30 minutes, or normally an hour, but I'm just doing 10 minutes. I'm just doing 10-minute ones.
Oh, hey, buddy.
Oh, I'm gonna rest for 10 minutes then.
Yeah. No, short rest is only 1 hour.
Oh, I thought it was 3.
No, you're good.
Okay.
I understand that. Yeah, especially if you thought it was 3 hours. That makes total sense.
Yeah. I'm gonna take a short rest then.
Okay, yeah, you just take that time in your room after doing that, and you can roll as many of your hit die as you have available to heal yourself. But Breath, sir,
Yes.
Gallon and Rick.
Reporting.
Breath started walking down the cavern in front.
Yeah, but I'm walking down and I'm feeling my Well of Arcana kind of tapped because of all this stuff. And so I'm going to pop my Potion of Mana to regain 2 first-level spell slots.
And so you do.
Nice. And I'm not gonna lie. I got a lot of adrenaline's coursing through Braff, and so he's kind of hard charging here. But as he kind of is starting to creep his way further in, he's kind of looking nervously, kind of back to Gallon to make sure he's, on his heels. But he is like adrenaline shakes, where you just, and that's where he's at. He's like taking deep breaths to kind of calm himself as he is now approaching, kind of slowly deeper in. Not too far from Gallon though. If Gallon is not right on his heels, then he's gonna slow down and wait.
Yeah, and Gallon, then where are you? As you saw Braff leave, you kind of put Edmure back on the ground. Braff is making his way ahead of you. I'd say now he probably got at least 20 feet ahead of you, making his way towards that cavern you peeked into.
So I called out to Anders and he didn't say anything.
You didn't, and then at the same, Richter then eventually went around the side to where Anders was.
I don't have line of sight on them.
No, they went and they seem to be having they had some conversation. You might have heard some murmuring back and forth. But
And so this would be happening during their conversation, during the initial part of it.
Nope, I'm just gonna go ahead and say this is all happening at the same time now. They had their conversation because you and Bref talked for a while before Richter did anything. So those happened at similar times. You guys are on the same page.
And so, how close are you, Breff?
I'm like, you said it's almost like a little bit of like a turn, and it goes in like to an angle, right?
But it was also like probably 50 feet from the back of where Gallon was. So I'm saying like you made your way towards it. I don't know how close you wanted to get. So I just said 20 feet as a measurement.
20 feet in front of you.
Are you looking back towards me?
I'm like, I took a potion and then I kind of like threw it off to the side, the empty container, and then I'm kind of like looking back and kind of like at this point looking at you and kind of like edging on forward.
I'm gonna say, Raph, would you turn your head, please?
I turn my head like to the sides.
I'm gonna say, I'm sorry, Edmure. I'm gonna draw my sword and I'm gonna stab him.
Make a weapon attack with advantage as he's on the ground.
What the fuck? And by the way, like I like
16.
Okay.
16 hits. Go ahead and roll damage. Again, you have the radiant going right now, so.
I'm aware.
Yeah, I planned it.
That's calculated. That'd be 11 points of radiant damage.
It's just standing in the ground. You tell Braff to look away. What Braff do you like avert your gaze?
Well, so he like says he's just like turn your head, and so I'm like making eye contact with him and like looking like doing one of these like. Now I didn't look away, not knowing what he was necessarily implying.
Richter, you also turn the corner of the corpse as you are also at least you see Gallon's back, but you are privy to Gallon just sinking the blade into the back of Lord Edmure, just kind of, and then just kind of like you feel like some like choked gargling as the life leaves Lord Edmure. Gallon, you have now killed the Baron and Lord Edmure.
What the fuck?
Okay. Kind of the point of that was like my question earlier was like they were having a full-blown conversation and burial. I wasn't gonna like kill him in front of everybody.
I know what your point was, but you're just like, hey, Braff, look away. Like, what? And then just like other people were coming around and
Anyway,
people noticed. People noticed you would take one of the only sources of light in a dark room and stab it into somebody.
I say we must keep going.
Again, Richter, you were at least privy to Gallon doing something over there.
Wait, well, why'd you do that?
He's badly wounded. He wasn't gonna make it anyway. Look, he's a liability down here, and I can tell you right now that whatever would happen to him, that's leading him downwards, is a worse fate than that. Let's go.
I wait for him to pass me.
Are you walking past him then, Gallon?
Yeah.
All right.
Did Anders? So Anders and I are like kind of. Do we see that happen?
I would say Anders doesn't notice it. You would see evidence of Gallon standing over him and then stepping past him, and Lord Edmure being motionless on the ground. I think you would be able to easily put two and two together. Anders, I'm going to roll to see if he's following you right now. He is not really focusing in on the other finer surroundings.
Okay. Cool. I'm gonna say nothing.
Got you. So you make your way along. And you, Richter, coming up behind Gallon, how close do you want to catch up to Gallon and walk along?
I mean, if Braff is behind Gallon, then I'll follow behind Braff.
Okay. So Gallon, you're making your way past Braff.
And in fact, actually, I'm going to like kind of turn around and make sure Anders is following me, and then kind of like I'm gonna like have him. Well, no, I'm gonna go ahead of him. Never mind.
Okay. As you turn back to, well, first off, let's do this. Braff, Gallon's gonna walk by you here.
I'm staring at Edmure.
You were looking at a motionless dead man.
Not a motion full one.
Alan, did you drop the halberd after you slew him?
Yeah, I would have just kind of let it fall down.
Gotcha. So the halberd's there next to him, rapier still in its sheath. His again ridiculous, like purplish, like riding greaves and such, like his decorative vest and plumes and such. It's all a leaking red and such as it just spreads around. Just a little bit more moisture spread out in this damp cave.
Before Richter and Anders can like cut him in the order, he will break his like kind of like visually like break his eye line or like kind of his gaze at the body and then just wordlessly follow behind Gallon.
As you guys, you guys fall into emotion. Gallon, you're in the lead, followed by Braff, Richter, Anders. Anders will actually speak up now to everybody and say, "Do we want to rest before continuing on, or we just want to continue on?" You see, he says this, Richter, if you were to turn and see him, he's saying that mostly looking at you and realizing how bloodied you are from everything that happened.
Richter, do you have any magics, druidic magic that you can use to mend yourself?
I've got a really handy spell here called Mending, which works on everything but, actual living creatures.
Oh.
I could patch up the holes in my clothing here. And in fact, while I say that, I'm gonna start like patching
mending
up the holes.
Yeah, like you start mending up like one of the holes on your shoulder where like part of like it seems like maybe a bone briefly poked through. When you were briefly as the healing potion reset at least your skeletal structure.
Gross.
Yeah.
Oof.
How long is a short rest technically?
I'm doing 10 minutes.
All right.
But also, do keep in mind, you guys have never taken a long rest since any combat. So whatever hit die you use is all the hit die you have available. Like you are still using the same pool of hit die.
Yeah, I have that marked.
Okay.
Well, I wouldn't mind taking a bit of a breather here. Maybe get myself. Right now, I'm feeling that. I don't know if I had to put it on a scale or something. I'd say I'm at about a 6 out of 43. And I'm not feeling that great.
All right. Well, I'm gonna. And he kind of turns back towards the other side. It's like I'm gonna move Cyrus, I guess, at least into the pool over there or something. But I guess we can just take a moment if you guys want to take a moment.
I look over. Gallon, do you think? Did you get a glance? How much farther do you think it is?
Well, when I said like let's go, I was going.
So them stopping to have a conversation, such you just kept walking.
Yeah.
Okay. So everyone stops to have a conversation. Braff, give me Braff and Richter, give me perception checks.
5.
6. Oh no, 8.
8. Gallon, are you going to you would hear them stopping? You would hear this conversation. Are you going to announce to anybody that you are going to continue walking and to hell with it?
They said maybe we should stop to rest.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's what Anders said.
I guess I'll stop and I'll turn around. And I'll say the only respite you'll get is if you turn back.
Anders is like, well, I mean, Richter's quite badly hurt, and we don't need to walk into whatever else if, we're not at the top of our game. If that makes sense to you.
Do not believe we have the time to wait here.
And with that, Anders kind of turns and looks to you, Richter. Very, I think you're very much getting the suggestion that he is entirely listening to you.
Okay. Hang on. I said I had it marked down. I'm just trying to see how many actual hit die I have left. Find where I wrote it.
What if you both take a little bit, and then me and Gallon scout ahead. I can send you a message, Richter, if we need you guys to haul ass back to us, if that works. Or if we start getting too far.
Well,
Evan, I don't know how many hit die you have. I know you used a lot of them.
I think. Well, how many do I? Oh,
It should be whatever your hit die is, which I think for druid's a D8 plus your character level.
Well, didn't you roll? So you rolled to heal yourself full last time, though, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
not
so
quite full. No.
Well,
That's
the only
what I
thing is,
rolled.
like, if you're
I rolled.
rolling,
I think I had
so-
5, and I rolled 3 of
Mhm.
them. If I'm not. But I totally lost where that is marked down. But anyways, to Braff, I'm gonna say you know, I think we should try and stick together, but if Galen, if you're absolutely pushing ahead, then perhaps we'll catch up with you. Maybe just take it slow. We'll be with you in a moment.
What I'll say is this: mechanically, there's no partial credit for a short rest. It's a 10-minute short rest. If you stop at 9 minutes and 59 seconds, you get no benefits.
Yeah, that's one. Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
All right, I like a gallon. I think let's go. Let's see if we can't solve this.
Honor,
Oh, yeah.
do we notice during this? Did we notice the chanting change at all?
The chanting has not changed since you encountered Lord Edmure, including when you slew him. It's a very low, and again, chanting. It's like a note. There's not like a chanting. Like the song is not changing. It's just like a single note breathing through this space. It's like the wind is like has a percussion. Is pretty much all. So it has not changed since
changes. Okay.
Lord Edmure. Which it has not changed since it changed shortly before you saw Lord Edmure.
I will now.
So now
catch
the
up to
4
Gallon.
remaining people in this keep split up again as 2 of them stay behind in this cavern. Breath and Gallon danced. What's the order here?
I'll turn. I'll say, "Stay behind me, bruv."
Yeah.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
keep going down the.
Hey. I'll be in contact, Richter. If you don't hear from us, then I guess flee. Or, do what it takes to survive. But yeah, and then we'll go.
Richter, are you just gonna begin mending yourself with your kind of just like druidic magic, just taking this time to kind of patch yourself up and
Yeah. Whatever short rest might look like. I guess.
And I think you're vaguely aware of Anders making his way through. He makes his way over to where Cyrus's body is, but he does stop over the body of Lord Edmure and kind of like starts messing around with it. Starts messing around with the quiver and bow that Lord Edmure had.
Anything interesting on him?
He's just kind of looking through. He's just like, I mean, a bit better gear than I had. I'm just trying to see if any special little arrows or anything we might need further on ahead. I'm trying to think of it in such a way that we'll always have time to come back for Cyrus here, but
I think that's hopeful.
yeah. But no, he just kind of goes. He does draw a couple arrows out, like one or two of them actually emit a little bit of light as they come out, and then put them away. As you are still holding your shillelagh staff, which emits daylight. So you guys are still in an incredibly bright space. Gallon, you with your radiant sword casting light as well. Especially as you and Braff make your way through into the kind of the narrow kind of cave structure that snakes its way in. Familiar to you, Gallon, as you've been here once before.
I'm gonna light my lantern with oil.
Got you. And then just making sure, like, hey, I'm not going to be down and out on none of this. Yeah, you go ahead.
Yep.
You light that hooded lantern.
As I see you lighting that, I will actually hand you the magic lantern.
Does it still have charge left?
And it has about an hour left.
Okay.
And Braff, do you want to go light it
Good
up?
like this could help us.
I'll set down my. Well, I'll reattach. No, I'll just set it down. The current one that I was lighting, and I'll grab that one and just nod.
Okay, fuckers, you remember this moment. You're moving through. Go ahead and roll me a perception check, Gallon, as you're moving through. Familiar environment, notwithstanding, but you are moving through.
Hunter, you're a cheeky bastard.
I didn't do anything, man.
I know what you're doing. Natural 20. I know what you're doing.
You
Shit.
bumbling fuck. You flagellant cock in the wind. All right. A nat 20 moving through. Yeah, you make your way through the cavern. This is a very narrow, small place you move through, and quickly you move through, lit up by Braff. You have that lantern emitting this blue light, kind of focused behind you as they make your way in, and you see the area you kind of recognize as soft purple light, kind of being emanating off this area. You kind of see there's kind of this blackened, almost tentacled structure coming off you identified before as being roots. In some way, they're kind of this purplish hue. And as you step through into the cavern proper, you turn to see you're in quite a large room. Your light is emanating bright light and then dim light off into an area further out than you're able to perceive. I appreciate Corey being able to flashbang me out of nowhere with his. But
daylight on your ass.
Yeah, you did catch daylight. But looking through, you see the light go, the light diminish, dim. Then there's a space of darkness. But ahead, you see this kind of structured, of just like a zigzagging of purplish light, giving some 3D definition around. But there seems to be this purple light that zigzags around on the ground, goes along and hits a central structure that lifts along, probably 80 or so feet further along into the cavern. Goes up into the structure, seems jagged and such as it moves along. But there's this soft purple, but pulsing purple. It seems to go through, hit different things, kind of
like through the air, not on the ground, right?
On the ground, truly, through the trees itself, through the trunks, and through the roots up towards what you could best define as probably a central trunk further along in the tree. You also make out different areas where all this purple's coming from here. Just outside of lantern light, just outside of your light, you're able to take steps forward. The purple runs around, but it seems to there seems to be points of concentration through. Like there's kind of loose purple happening, but then it hits certain points, and it seems to be reinvigorated with light and life. And in some of those things, you're able to see some shining. It's like faint, but playing off the light a little bit further than your light should be casting. Just the rays of light, just the photons hit a bright structure, reflect back. And you're able to see kind of like this, off to one side and such, kind of loosened off one shoulder is kind of a pauldron of sorts, kind of loosened off the back, glittering forth. The purple is coming from a long decayed, willowed corpse, embedded through with root, coming through and out the neck, up through the mouth, up, postured up in the air with its mouth open, as you're seeing the sources of all the noise and voices you've been hearing this whole time. It's being channeled through and up and out of these corpses.
Oh fuck! How many are there in this room?
He sees one. With that in mind, Gallon looking through, you're seeing no less than 30.
Oh my gosh. Are they scattered throughout the room or on the edge?
Throughout the room. Throughout the concentrated and facing, it seems, based off the one you see. So you're inferring a lot. You got a nat 20, so I'm going to let you infer accurate information. But you're seeing an array of them. They seem to be posturing towards and facing the tree. There seems to be a concentration up and through the tree. As it gets a little bit closer.
I'm gonna cast a message back to Richter if I can. 120 feet.
Gallon, are you sharing this with Braff? Because right now I'm playing it as Gallon's kind of going, peeking his head in, rolled a nat 20, saw a lot of shit.
You're behind me.
Yeah, Braff's right behind you.
And he still has a narrow kind of way. So yeah, I'm
you're
probably
just
right
not able
behind
to
him.
not able to quite get by him.
As he's pauses and is glancing and taking all this information, I will send message back to Richter. If I can. 120 feet. Have we gone too far out of there?
Nope. You should be good. Richter, you're sitting there kind of mending yourself. This is as Andrew's kind of getting all his arrows and such and putting them in his quiver.
Okay. And it leads into the center of the room. It all kind of points towards the center. There is something in the center, right?
Yes, this is where all this purple is kind of manifesting and coalescing.
Not
really the center of the room, but the back side of the room. Center on that wall, the best you could tell in the cavern.
It's a mass of what?
You
Like, what does
you
it look
can
like?
see the purple
Oh,
light. You
okay.
can't make out it's beyond your light. You're seeing the
But I
purple go through. The best you could
Okay.
figure, which I'll tell you, is the purple's going through roots and it's meeting a central spire, probably a tree of some form. Knowing what you know about the night song.
Night song, night twist.
Night twist, sorry, not the.
Okay.
We're not going that far.
Okay, so you send a message back.
I sent a message to Victor saying, currently Gallon is looking into a larger cavern space. How are you guys holding up?
It's been maybe 2 minutes.
2 minutes, you say?
Mhm.
We're doing just fine. Just looting Edmir's body, you know, trying to give Cyrus a bit of a proper send-off if we can.
Okay. I'll receive that and won't say anything back.
You didn't include anything about the tree in the message?
I
does not yet know
haven't
it.
seen anything yet, so
Okay.
I'm just kind of making sure we're all still at least connected.
Gotcha.
Okay, so I will kind of be looking
Mhm.
into the room, and you'll hear Gallon mutter. You'll say, "Why the hells?" I'll kind of turn to you.
What?
Something that the orders only read about in ancient tombs. I'm kind of looking in.
How tall
My
is
best.
Gallon?
I think 6'2".
I think he's like 6 something.
Is he taller than 6'3"? Because I would technically have a little bit of a height advantage on you.
I mean, a height advantage, but like he's blocking the door. Like you don't
Okay.
see where he's standing. Like you look it
6
up,
foot.
you'd see like there's a little bit of light in there. Like you know.
6'3", but I guess I didn't really take into account that maybe you shrunk a little bit in old age, so like around there.
I mean, he could have been taller and shrunk to 6'3". I
Yeah.
mean, you're playing
Yeah.
quite a remarkable
Roughly,
person.
I'd say he's like a little bit shorter than Brad.
Okay, anyway, sorry, go ahead.
I think this is a place of great evil, a night twist with ancient dark magic, something you only hear of in ancient tales.
Okay.
From what I can tell, there are many corpses in there. Most of them are armored. I'm assuming this is where.
I will say
see that?
this, Gallon specifically. There you saw armor on the person, like just one pauldron. The rest of him was naked. So you saw some armor, but the rest of it,
Some armor.
yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
One of them seemed to be armored.
Yeah.
I could only assume that maybe the garrison of the castle makes an order.
Maybe.
Purple light needs to be emanating from them and going across the cavern. I can't see all the way across.
How should we approach? How many did you count? How many corpses?
Many.
Do you think that they could use them against us? Animate them?
I do not know.
Should I have Richter catch up, or should we investigate some more?
Richter's not in fighting shape.
Okay. I'm like now shaking. Like Brap is shaking.
Do you want to do
I'll
one of
look at
your saves?
Not yet. I haven't
Not
seen
yet,
anything
okay,
yet.
yeah.
I haven't seen
Yeah.
anything yet.
Need you to hold it together, Braff. Your life depends on it. Probably both of ours.
Okay. Well, I'm following your lead, so.
There seems to be some sort of energy radiating, like moving across the cavern.
I see some of the roots coming like up and like kind of over and tunneling in.
Would I be able to roll Arcana from this far away?
You can roll Arcana for sure, because it's just you trying to perceive what you know about the magic and feel it. Raph, what was that question?
Are there roots leading and pulsing into the space, kind of past Gallon?
There's nothing in this cavern itself. There's nothing in this particular chamber you're moving through. It's all arrayed in that room. He got a nat 20 on figuring out a good bit, but he doesn't have the full story. This is a nat 20 looking in from like quite far away.
Okay,
but
gotcha.
Gallon,
only have 9 on Arcana.
Okay. What were you trying to parse together?
Let's see if I can tell. Maybe some sort of spell is ramping up, activating.
Okay, so you're looking in this
Ritual.
environment, you're seeing this moving, you're hearing this kind of noise emanating, but you're not you're seeing the pulsing kind of going. It seems rhythmic, but not like to a beat of any form. It doesn't seem to be influencing the music. I would also say it doesn't seem to be accelerating in speed or intensity. You're sitting there for a moment, and perceivable to you at this relatively short amount of time, however long Gallon wants to stay here looking at it, it doesn't seem to be building to a crescendo of any kind. It seems to be happening.
Do what?
It seems to just be the spell or whatever this effect is happening, but it doesn't seem to be building towards, at least to the best of your knowledge, being quite far away and just kind of baseline knowledge of quite of an unfamiliar thing you're looking at.
Range. The keep seemed abandoned for quite a while. But we don't know how long these corpses have been down here. And what would have happened if however many of us came down here to join the ritual.
Yeah, I'm not so sure. I can't see really anything behind you. So I mean, if you want to maybe move a little bit, I could try to see if I can determine anything.
Okay, I'll kind of move back a little bit.
Move back?
Well, how big's the entryway?
It's you're in a very tight space. You're kind of constricting yourself to be where you're at. He's kind of behind you. It's like the not loading screens God of War has. You just going through a crevice kind of thing. Not that tight, but you're not going to be able to back up unless he's going to try to crawl above you somehow or something.
So the entryway into this cavern is only small, really small.
Pretty small. You would have to back up more than 20 feet or so to get to a wider point where you guys could maybe shimmy and switch.
Yeah, I'm thinking
or you could
5
step
feet.
in.
I'm thinking comfortable, barely comfortable for one, as we're single file through here.
I will have to back up a ways.
Do you still want to go? I mean, we have to go forward to take care of this. So I say just shift and maybe go off to the side.
Shift to the side.
Into
do you
the room.
Do you want to enter the chamber and shift to the side?
Fuck it, I'll enter the chamber.
Well, hold on. Before you do, what's your apprehension? Is there? Do you want to do? Should I get Richter? What should I do? Because if you don't want to go forward for me to investigate, or if you want, what do you want?
I don't know. I don't know what we're dealing with.
I could take 10 minutes. I know it's a lot of time. I could take some time with my spell book, and I could try to detect magic in the area. If you feel like that would do any benefit to us, but I feel like I don't know. I'm following your lead. I don't know what we're doing.
I will stay here and watch it. Start your spell. I'll let you know if anything changes.
Okay, fucking shit.
So are you stepping into the chamber, stepping aside?
No, I think he's staying there, and I'm going to.
Do you need sight?
No. Nope. I can just. I'm just gonna
you
start,
guys are good to start this. Richter, you were there, taking time, putting yourself together. It seems like Anders went off a ways and has now kind of returned to you with a new bow. He now has Lord Edmir's kind of recurved, kind of artificer, this complicated looking set of gears and such on the bow, and he seems to have a separate little pocket on his quiver and such, all arrayed there. She's not drawing attention to it, but you just have it as you're kind of wrapping up what you're doing. Graf, Gallon, I need you guys just, or I shall say this, Gallon, give me one more perception check. Braff, you're
I
focusing
guess-
on your ritual spell, and Braff's Gallon's a bit ahead of you, so just.
I guess I'll kind of set. Am I able to kind of like sit and watch?
Yeah, I don't see why not. Like you're
Okay.
able to position yourself against a wall and kind of lean, like in a more relaxed state.
Do you want to
As in-
back up like 10 feet or so we're not just on the precipice of this room?
I want to look to see. I want to keep an eye on it, see if the energy shifts.
Got you. Go for it. Go ahead and roll
And-
that.
So I'm gonna kind of just set my sword. I guess I'll sheath the sword.
Okay.
I
You're now
guess-
set.
can't-
Sheathing
can't
it has a soft glow, but you would still have the light given by Braff's lantern.
Okay, how far can I see?
The lantern, I believe, gives you 30-30. So I believe 30 bright, 30 dim.
Well, didn't you say he was 20 back?
No.
If he went the full 20, he's like right behind you.
No, I might have made like a 5-foot gap between us just so I have a little bit of room, but I'm still right on you.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I'll leave that, and then I'm gonna sheath the sword and kind of set it to the side. I'm going to.
Can you roll me that perception check?
Yeah.
Okay.
12.
12. Okay, no, that's fine. I would say as whatever else you're doing, sitting here, you're not noticing much of a change going on in the room. You're not hearing anything. You're not seeing anything changing with the light. Or now you're available cone of vision as you sheath that sword. But what else were you going to try to maybe do?
I'm gonna ready the crossbow. I'm gonna load it,
Okay. So you have that ready.
and I believe that. What did I write it down? Did I already drink the?
Drink 2 of your potions.
I drank the full moon, right?
Yes. So you should have advantage. Well, dark vision you should have, and then you have advantage on perception.
Okay, then yeah, I have dark vision, so I'm just gonna watch.
Got you. I am going to do this as when we get to what Braff is going to get from this, and I am going to say things might proceed quite quickly from there on. So I want to get to what Braff does. Figure out what you guys want to do with Richter. Then I'm going to spend some time with Cordell. But I'm saying let's maybe take a 5 here before we kind of pick it up
Okay.
and run with it for a while.
Okay.
A 5.
That works for everybody. Take a hard 5.
Yes,
Um,
we will be
Hard
back
five.
here within 5 to 10 or so, and we will then pretty much. I'm assuming snowball into what is going to be some.
There's gonna be
Oh,
some,
that
yeah,
can't
there's gonna be
happen.
some stuff. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, let's take the hard 5 or 10 or 15.
Alright, sounds
Yeah,
good.
whatever. Yeah.
We'll
sounds
see you back here momentarily.
Oh no, I'm back. Okay. Hey everybody, we're back. Just wanted to take that brief intermission and get everything set up and ready to go here. And my God, we very well might be. But no, I just wanted to bring it over to you, Braff, as you're taking this time to cast your ritual spell. It takes 10 minutes, and that's what I determined was already true for short rest. So, Gallon, if you have any need to heal, you're free to do so here. If you're going to take this time to use it as a short rest.
Oh shit.
But I just want to say, go ahead and if you're doing that, go ahead and roll those, Gallon. But Braff, you're casting this spell, Detect Magic, spending this time. While it's happening, I will say just in the interim of this time passing, Richter, you're going to complete your short rest. You finish it, you put the rest of your kind of natural abilities together in this space and heal yourself to what was the actual, what's your hit die total? Or what's your total hit points, I guess?
Oh, hit points.
Yes, your total now. Where
My
you're
total is 21.
Reconnected. Fucking
So-
damn.
at. Yay! OBS. It's
Dude, OBS
Yeah.
OBS is freaking taking a fat shitter net right now.
It's pronounced oobs.
It's a good point. Thank you, Todd. But Richard, you're here with Anders now, finishing up the short rest, being healed up as best you can.
Real quick, sorry,
Evan!
OBS took a fast shit. If you are in a stream, try reloading it, and then it should all catch back up. I think OBS did manage to save itself. Cool.
Cool.
Was I watching myself on the stream?
I think we're
looks
good.
fine to me.
Yeah, I think we're good.
Great.
Sorry,
Catching
continue.
myself.
Sorry, continue.
No, you're fine. But no, Richter, it is. You. Now.
What the
What was that? You okay?
Hey, yo,
Look,
what
we're
the
doing
heck?
fine. Hey. We don't need to draw attention to things that don't need attention drawn to them.
Until I clip
Listen, yeah, I was gonna say
Oh,
quick
fuck.
add it to the soundboard.
it.
I keep forgetting there's a camera on my face.
That was a real. That was like a real. Speaking of Richter, it was very Rick-like of you.
Thank you.
Oh,
Yeah, that's
nice.
my goal. Yeah, that's what I, want.
wish. Yeah, God,
Short
I wish
of
I
the actual. Yeah. But no, Richter, you are here with Anders, though, as if you'd like to say anything. As you finish up the short rest, he kind of sees you coming out of this place. What do you think it looks like, I would actually like to say? You taking a short rest to heal? Are you feeling meditative? Are you just, like, putting gauze on wounds? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, there's a lot of like real, like purely natural stuff. Like I go over and get some of that clay,
Mhm.
and I take like some of the water that I have from my bag and stuff, and I also draw a circle with my hand on the stone, and like a little writing appears on it,
Okay.
and I like mash this stuff together, make this paste. And then I just have some straight up gauze, or like some kind of like fabric or whatever old timey medical equipment.
Burlap, yeah.
Yeah, oh god, sheep intestine. I'm wrapping a condom around my.
Yes, please.
No, but anyways, gauze around my whatever kind of wounds I have, or like,
Mhm.
and then putting the putting the paste on there.
Okay.
And then spending a little bit of time just kind of like hanging out. Like
Yeah.
I don't think there's anything particularly magical about it. I'm literally just like resting against the wall, like whew.
Just letting it do its work, yeah.
Yeah.
At a certain point there, I'm going to say approximately 10 minutes in, Anders will come up to you then, as you're sitting there relaxing. It's like, want to go check on the others, Richter? Are you still talking with them? Or?
Yes, I'm just about ready to move on, but they said they found some kind of large well, I don't remember really, like some kind of clearing or whatever, but that sounds like they're waiting there for us, so let's go meet up with them.
All right. Well, do you want to follow me, or I'll follow you through?
I
I mean, you're the one with the
think
big old stick there. It's whatever you like.
that's what I was thinking. I'll I mean, is it too bright if I walk in front of you?
I mean, I'll just avert my eyes, look down. It's gonna be right behind me anyway, you know. But
Fair enough. All right, I'll lead.
all right, sounds good. I'll be behind you, and he will make his way following you through. Raph, I will say, at a certain point, you're doing this ritual. You and Gallon are in relative darkness aside from the light emitted by your bluish lantern. And then you see this kind of yellowish light start illuminating along the cavern wall behind you as making their way forward, kind of through the cavern and such. I think you would put it together before you saw them, or even probably heard them, but the light gives off their position far before anything else. You are seeing Richter making his way through with the daylight still cast on his, and Shillelagh also on the same staff as he's moving through the cavern.
I'll whisper to, I'll kind of whisper to Braff, will say, can you let them know to hold off on the light?
I will cast a message and send it back to Richter and say, Gallon says to hold off on the bright lights if you guys can extinguish your flame, and the daylight also, if you can.
I guess it's like bright light. Because we're already emitting some of the blue light. I just mean like
Mhm.
the sun.
I will say the blue light is also quite bright for a certain radius.
Okay.
Are you doing anything with that, Richter, or you are muted, by the way?
Sorry,
You're good.
I'm reading about Oh, okay. It says completely covering the affected object with an opaque object, such as a bowl or a helm, blocks the light. So I will. Gosh, I'm not wearing a helm, and I don't have a bowl in my bag.
You have a
Do I?
bag that you could shove over that shit.
Yeah, I guess I'll just like shove the end of the staff in like in my bag. I'll like sling my bag kind of to my side and like
Mhm.
have the staff sort of ready to go, but because
Right.
it doesn't look like I can just turn it off necessarily.
No, you
Okay.
can. You would have to dismiss it to turn it off, which I don't know.
Oh, can I can't do that?
Yeah, but then you'd have to recast it again, which would cost a spell slot if you wanted
Yeah,
to
I
bring
don't-
it back.
I don't believe I could do that. So I'll just cover it up, yeah.
Okay. So yeah, you're able to just dive into the pack, and then like the light dims down for a minute, and it's like completely. It's quite dark when you put it away until your eyes kind of readjust, and you do see the soft blue glow kind of running off the cavern forward ahead of you. And you guys are, I would say, with Anders making his way behind you, you guys are able to snake your way through and towards them. And as they're doing so, Braf, I would say your spell concludes, even with the slight interruptions, talking with Gallon, sending off a message spell, doing whatever. But you have the detect magic, if I recall.
Oh, I guess casting mass message probably would have interrupted it. So I guess if I couldn't have done that, then
I would say it'd be like a break in it. Like you stop what you're doing, you kind of like
Okay.
put a fork in it, bop, continue.
Okay.
Like it's not that big of an interruption.
Sounds good. So it's done, and so you can sense magic in this way, 30 feet. You can use your action to see a faint aura around any visible creature or object in the area that bears magic, and you learn its school of magic, if any. 30
Okay.
feet around me. Concentration
Right,
up to
so-
10 minutes.
Gotcha. So you get this spell off and you open your eyes. Immediately, obviously, see that lantern, which is familiar now to you, giving off that glow. You kind of look off ahead. You see that there's still that purple light coming off now, kind of as Gal's kind of leaning back. You kind of see a bit through as you're kind of in this position away. There's just kind of this purplish light coming through off these roots. Some of them are within 30 feet. And from there, you're able to tell there seems to be a deeply, like this sickly necrotic magic running off and through these objects, through whatever it is in these roots.
I will speak out. I'll kind of
You
almost
got
like
it.
I'll almost like kind of sit up from my me sitting on my butt, and I'll kind of shift to my like one knee, almost like half crouched, and I'll say, it appears that the roots they are emitting some sort of sickly necrotic energy, at least from what I can see at this close. Just some of the roots, kind of as I kind of gesture up to the ones that I can kind of see this close. But if there's anything further into the space, I would need to get closer. It's only about good for 30ish or so feet or so.
Do Richter and Anders come up near us now?
I would say at this point, this is when Richter's kind of coming up behind Paraf, making his way through Richter. You see the blue light glowing. You're at least, I would say, somewhat familiar with it being Gallon's lantern that Paraf has here, going off as there seems to be some kind of snaking through this cavern, getting into this kind of hall you're moving through.
They approach.
I would say Richter's approaching at this point, unless you would like to tell me any
Sure.
different.
But it seems we need to get closer.
Richter, did you manage to? Anders as well. Are you guys at least managed to mend some of your wounds? Are you guys a little bit more ready for this?
We're right as rain.
I look back to Gallon.
They Raph and I are gonna get a closer look. See
Just
if we
you two?
can. Yes, I think it'd be best if you guys sit here and be ready to come to our aid.
All right.
Anders has his bow there here. and I'll hand you the crossbow.
Okay.
Do you know how to shoot one of these?
Is it too big for me to hold? How big is it?
A heavy crossbow, right?
It's not hit. Well, it does have the heavy property.
You tell me. Is it a heavy crossbow?
It is a heavy crossbow.
I believe it does.
Bro, just
Well-
prop that shit up on a rock, my guy. You
I don't
got
think-
Well,
it.
yeah, I mean,
Well,
like
I don't
how-
think halflings are size small, are they?
Property's heavy. They are size small. Creatures that are smaller tend to have disadvantage on attack rolls.
disadvantage. Okay, so
Ooh, this
Also,
gives me
are
better
you
chance.
proficient in martial ranged weapons as a druid?
martial ranged weapons.
Yeah, I don't believe druids are. I don't believe.
Bro, this
I don't
music,
think
there's
so.
like a deep, like, oh, it's intense, bro. The music.
I don't.
I don't believe so.
No, you were not.
Oh, okay.
So he would have double disadvantage using this.
Then I'll just
Double
like,
disadvantage.
I'll just make it roll one. But he has two ways of going about having disadvantage.
I'll say, would you like this? And I'll kind of gesture the crossbow.
I you know, I don't know how much help I would be with it, but I'll give it a shot. If you're not
As a
using
last-
it.
As a last resort, then. And
That's
I'll,
right.
do you want to, like, I'll kind of offer it to you.
Okay, I'll like, yeah, I'll kind of like grab it and like hold it against myself as well as I can, and then like try
So,
and find like a.
30 loaded. Careful where you point it. And here.
All right.
And I'll hand you a handful of, like, 5 bolts. I'll say these are silver.
Okay.
Well, bruv. And I'll turn. And I'll pick up my sword. And I'll walk into the cavern. I'll climb out into it.
You're picking it up, or you're keeping it sheathed.
Yes.
Okay.
I'll pick up the lantern and follow him in,
Are you closing the hood, or are you letting it shine?
letting it shine.
Okay, so
Like
you
you
come in with
carry
a
that.
bright light.
I said, would you like me to carry that? Do you need your hands free?
Yes, actually, I will.
I'll take it.
By the way, as a
Are you-
point of note, as I hand it over, I'm no longer shaking. The ritual kind of doing something I'm practicing kind of almost calmed some of Braff's nerves.
Okay. And then you walk
It's-
into the chamber.
Yeah, and then I walk into this chamber, it's
Yeah.
all fucking out the window.
Yeah.
Can I
Tom, would you
roll-
mind reminding me what the name of this lantern is?
Is the lantern of revealing?
Lantern of Revealing.
Lantern of Bye Bye Ghost Town. It's a band.
For revealing the ghost, anyway. I want to make sure I have it. The side, 30 feet, 30 feet. Okay. So
Holy
yeah, 30 feet of bright light, 30 feet of dim light past it.
Yes.
If you put a hood over it, it reduces it to dim light in a 5-foot radius. But keeping it brightly lit, you come out with this blue light going through and into the chamber. Brad, for the first time, go ahead.
1 second.
Everybody take 1 second. Do whatever. Throw shit.
Sweet.
Yep.
Done.
Oh shit.
Okay, go ahead.
All right, good work, everybody. We got him. Yeah, but Brad, it's taking your first step to this chamber. If you would like to do a type of check as you step in here.
Okay.
You don't need to do perception, as I'll give it to you, a general vibe of the area. But if you want to do something else, again, you're seeing this lattice of different roots and such. Stepping in with the lantern, too, you can definitely see these, like the purple kind of glowing along. Seems like just under the edge of. It's almost like there's splits in the bark on the certain roots, and that's where you're seeing some of this light kind of pulsing and moving through.
Well,
You're seeing it
it's-
go through. You are also able to see in this light some of the torsos and bodies being constricted, light moving up and through, carrying on to something in the shadow that also has. But go ahead.
Yeah, I would only be doing Arcana, which I have a detect magic up, so it basically is telling me what I need to know.
Yes. What are you trying to know here? Because you're saying this is just necrotic energy moving through. But are you able to? Do you have anything that would aid you in learning more?
I mean, I went to school I
Yeah,
guess
so you can go ahead and roll Arcana, is what I mean. Yeah.
Okay.
You do.
Okay.
That's what I'm saying. Is like you have to detect magic, but if you want to know more, yeah.
Dude, I just cannot fucking roll for shit, man. 13. Fuck my dice. Piece of shit ass trash.
You should have bought die at the Renaissance Fair. Todd, take it away. When are we gonna get the?
Yeah, fuck me. So
But no,
ass.
13.
Message from our sponsors.
Yeah, quick message from our sponsors. Anybody, please. Anybody, please. There's a great way to help. But no, looking through, you're getting this necrotic energy coming off. With the 13, you are able to determine that what it is like this. It's not like necrotic magic in the way that like it is necrosis. It's not like causing death. It's not like a harmful energy that's necessary that's coming. It's like a feeding energy. Like it is energy kind of being drawn from and to something, not kind of being thrown at, if that makes any sense. Because there's a lot of necromancy and a lot of kind of necrotic magic that is strictly harmful. There is also necrotic magic that can, in some ways be beneficial. And this is kind of in the latter category.
Okay.
Not for long.
Well, you guys proceed forward however you would like. I'm assuming, Gallon, you're taking the lead here.
I will take a step forward and roll one more perception check.
Oh, what were you, just in general? What are you trying to see?
I guess I'll take a few steps forward, closer, and I'm gonna roll perception towards like the back of the cavern.
Okay.
Guys, is it in range or is it still not?
It's still very much out of range, but you can step a bit forward till dim light hits it and try to do that roll then.
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead. You're able to proceed forward.
I'll be cautiously walking forward.
Okay, go ahead and give me that roll, then I'll narrate it.
Do I see all the bodies in the middle now?
You definitely do.
Connor, I think you know the roll.
Todd, you upright fuck. What was the duration on those two spell potions, by the way? Were they 8 hours or were they an hour? If you have it written somewhere.
Actually recall what we decided.
I think I remember you said 8 hours, because I think I remember
That sounds
thinking,
about
like,
right, yeah.
holy shit, that's
You did,
a long
yeah.
time. So
Yeah, I think it is 8 hours. Okay, that's fine. So you have it. You got this. You walk through. You have to, in order to get the dim light to there, you do have to walk up abreast to a pair of these moved bodies. Braff being behind, moving up as far as he wishes here, but you, Gallon, have to take these steps forward. This light's casting, and you're seeing an array of torsos, bodies, and such. Some of them you can see like are withered, old, and rotted away almost. Just like their bodies were almost like dried and like sapped of any strength. Some of those even you're seeing that are like the light is the only thing revealing them. Some of them have roots and such run through. Some of them have roots and like I was like come up and through and like only you can tell like through part one of the eyes. It seems to be little blossoms kind of withering out, but there's no of this energy going forward into them. Other ones that are not quite as far along in the process, not as far as decomposed and drained and withered, do have this energy pulsing and moving through them. Getting to this position where you have to stand abreast of two bodies, one of which is too far gone. You're able to see like almost like moss growing along one side of the face. Other one has like this bit of like root running up through the neck and stuff. Like the arms are kind of locked in place by different amounts of roots. You're able to see there. Neither one of them are like shirtless in a way, but one of them you can see is the one that has the pauldron kind of fallen off to one side as you walk by. And with that, even as you're walking by, trying to look forward, you're able to see that, and you recognize the pauldron in a way. It's decorative enough that it looks no different than the armor that Cyrus was wearing. Most certainly similar armor to the Knights of the Mason Order.
Good.
Looking off ahead, down the way that your light does reveal and casts a shadow on about a 20-foot tall, just twisted bark, just sickly branches, kind of jagged in nature. This is a tall, sickly tree. There's no leaves on the tree. There's branches that would insinuate leaves would exist, but This is it. It's in a chamber that has never seen the light at any point in its life. It is just a dark, sickly-looking tree with all this purple energy pulsing up into it. The only thing interrupting the pulsing of purples, there seems to be something on a nat 20, someone in the center of this tree. Just
In the tree.
in like the trunk has grown around them, and you can make out just like a face, like coiled off to one side within the tree itself.
Oh, but hey, by the way, Braff kind of was looking up and around, just
Mhm.
looking at the roots, kind of using the detect magic to kind of scope out some of this entanglements, and then he'll make eye contact with like the central like main a plethora of bodies, and then we'll be like taken back, and he will make his wisdom saving throw.
All right, go ahead.
Nice. 18.
Hey, there you go. Yeah, Raph's seen some shit today.
It's like a oh fuck, and then yeah, it's just that he's just so emotionally drained, has seen so much shit, and it's just like it it's
this
still,
might as well happen.
yeah, taken aback, but it's just kind of like closes his eyes, shakes his head, steals himself. Does the detect magic change on the bodies?
It does not seem to change. It seems like you're hitting things, like especially when you go towards these bodies. The drained bodies seem to have are completely inert. There's nothing. The bodies that are coming through, it feels like there is like a bit of a life force almost inside that is being drained out. Like there seems to be something, like they are essentially a form of like arcana battery that is being drained.
Okay. I will kind of I took a second, but now I'll kind of take speed back up to be right behind Gallon. And as I catch up to Gallon, I will.
You will hear him muttering something.
Roll perception. I want to know what it.
Very softly to himself.
Fuck! Hold on. I want to know what it means. I want to know what it is. Haha! I rolled a 12, but it ran on the floor, so then I rolled again for a 3, so 6.
Nice. Hey, you don't need to roll, Gallon. You mutter successfully.
Do I see the pauldron though?
I would say you would see it. I don't know if you would behold its significance at this point. Like you would see it off to one side, but I don't think like you would be able to make out this is the nice and decent order, unless you like to roll a perception check or investigation on anything else going on. You have Arcana, and you absolutely can lean into that, but you can do other things too.
Okay.
I will also say, Richter, you are left at the entryway here. You can see in, and you can see them. They're moving this bit of light further in as well. You can also do different rolls here. As they are moving, revealing more with the light, you are there to see it.
So do I see all the tree and everything?
You see the tree. They see the bodies as they begin moving through. All these things wrapped in root. Magic being drawn in through and out of them.
Gosh, how far are they now?
I would say at this point, especially like having to go to move up further, they're probably about 30 feet away from you. So you're still like kind of within their bright light they're casting.
Huh. I guess I'm gonna call out to them and ask, like, is it all right if I shed some light in the room?
Let Gallon answer.
Kind of look at the. Can I roll perception just on the tree?
In what manner? What are you trying to figure out?
So there's like a face. Is it seem to be aware?
You are too far away to determine that, even with like you got a nat 20 to see these features. You have to get much closer to make out that it's within dim light, far away.
Do we see? I hear Richter though, right?
Yeah, you would hear. He's only 30 feet away from you.
How far is the tree from them?
60 feet approximately.
60. I'll say. I don't see why not.
All right, I'll reveal the staff.
Drawing the staff out is for for one, the radius on the lantern's 30-30. The radius on daylight 60-60. So
Nice.
just opens up, cracks that glow stick, and this light just glows throughout the entire area. Everywhere that your light has been cast is hit with an additional bright light. This light takes up and fills most of the entire space you guys are in. The entire cavern, you're able to see every wall facet structure is hit with that minimum dim light being cast from multiple sources of light now. A third furthermore, if you were to draw your sword there, Gallon.
Draw my sword here.
Yeah, you guys immediately light up bright in the room, and I need perception checks from all three of you.
Come on, you piece, dude. Roll good.
Me?
Oh, wow. There we go.
18.
16.
Corey, shut the fuck up.
Yeah, you're
18 from
too-
Braff.
16.
16, okay.
Yeah, Cordell rolled a natural one because he knocked
13.
himself out.
Okay, and then Richter.
Corey, just keep casting Fireball, dog. I believe in you.
24.
Holy shit.
Ooh, nice.
Nice.
Gallon and Braff, you guys are walking forward. You're seeing this light comes through, and your eyes are more transfixed on everything forward. The light's kind of adjusting with your eyes and such, but you're like just kind of aware of what's happening in front. Richter, the DC was 20.
Ooh.
You, as this is happening, you're far back enough. You have a wide enough view that you see movement a little bit above, just kind of slow, trying its best to be subtle. But the branches, unnoticed before as they were latticed around the top of the chamber itself, begin moving and coiling up above positioning, above Braff and Gallon. I need everybody in this room to roll me initiative.
Bro, I would just like to say that literally
Oh my
Richter has
God.
saved our lives pretty much
Dude,
twice now with his perception. That's crazy.
Hey Richter, just curious, how big are your eyes?
My eyes are huge.
Oh,
It's half his
shit.
body weight.
Proportionally to your face, just like boom, like you.
Todd, I want to point out you have like permanent, essentially right now with what I did, advantage on perception, and he's still like locked onto that.
Come on, die.
Well, like I've
Come
rolled a
on,
bunch
you
of nat
piece.
20s. It's just
You
for some reason I didn't pick up
you
that.
have. You really have.
Just not when it mattered, you know.
All right, babies.
God, bro, I'm so tired
roll
of
one for
rolling.
Hinder.
Like shit.
So starting off at the top, Braff, where you at?
4.
Okay.
Womp womp.
Dude, I hate, dude. Last session, dude.
Gallon.
Fuck.
What did Gallon roll?
Okay, Richter. What's your
This is
initiative?
it. This is the final boss.
12.
You'd fucking hope. 12. Okay.
You fucking. There's actually 70 more trees. There's actually a
15.
forest down here, dude.
Welcome to General. Get out of here. 15.
Sorry, what was that, Richter?
Sorry.
12.
12. Okay, awesome. Okay, so
Hey, do you guys use a Windows computer, right?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
do.
What's up, bro?
There's this thing that's
there's a
happening.
draft coming.
The draft. I'm like,
I'm
Nice.
hilarious. I'm
it's getting
hilarious.
chilly in here from my computer. So if I right-click, open volume mixer, you know, like right-click on the little output thing. It seems like when people talk on Discord, it turns down the volume of other apps. Like I can see, like right now, my
Yes.
Spotify is kind of glitching between 100% and 75%, but I just want them all to be at 100% all the time. Do you know about this?
I believe it's a Discord setting. I don't know where exactly it is.
That is a setting somewhere.
Yes, if you go to voice and video, you scroll all the way down. There's called attenuation below a quality of service. Attenuation, lower the volume of other applications by this % when someone is speaking.
Wait, where is that?
If you go to Discord, if you go to your settings, you go to voice and video.
Okay, great.
So if you just scroll down, it's after the crisp noise cancellation stuff. It'll be called attenuation.
Yeah, okay. No attenuation. Oh, thank God.
Is it
Thanks,
fixing
y'all.
it? Is it working so far?
I don't know, let's take a look. Yes.
Okay, cool. I'm glad. Hey, we're
Wow.
also IT. We're here to help.
Let's go. All right.
Let's
Vote in
fucking
the
go.
vote in
Now
the
that
chat.
initiative is
Will
rolled,
we die?
Wardell.
Will we live?
Wardell.
You vote no, you're a hater.
If you vote no, you're a realist. But Cordell, you have taken your bit of time here after almost bludgeoning yourself to death on a window frame. You take your time to like kind of get it together a bit. But you're now in your room, taking this little bit of time for yourself. What are you doing?
I am gonna stand up.
Oh, we're going
and
back to
call
Cordell. God damn it!
Yeah, he just realized.
Bro.
He just realized the slur.
I was literally
He said
making a
this.
contest to
Look,
see if we would
look.
live.
I roll psychic damage against the players themselves, alright? Roll initiative anyway, see you in a minute.
Cast your votes, and I guess we'll get back to if we live or die.
Oh, yeah. Well, it's time to cast votes.
I'm gonna stand up from the bedside that I assume I rested on or took a seat on.
Yeah,
I'm
of
gonna
course.
go, boss? Boss, are you here? Try to call out for my boss.
Your McDonald's manager.
Go ahead and roll me a persuasion check with disadvantage.
Like me.
Back to the spoopy music because apparently combat is not yet commenced.
Persuasion.
Oh, this one's good though.
9.
9. You just
it's
kind of
lit,
say
though.
out ambiently, boss. Kind of out.
That music, bro.
Jared's using different music than I am.
Yeah.
But no, you kind of just say boss a couple times out,
Oh.
and you don't feel any sense of reply or acknowledgement in any way, shape, or form of what you're doing or saying.
Boss, I've got a feeling you can hear me. And I promise you won't regret talking to me this time.
You're still in your empty room. Looking around, you're kind of just in this room. You're taking this time to like kind of meditate on the bedside. You are seeing like kind of an evidence of like a little bit of like on one of the tables. You're seeing like a bit of crumbs and such around. Like for all intents and purposes, I don't remember the exact number your room was. I believe it was 1. And here you are in this space. You see like there's still like the crumbs of last time you were here. Like the last night of rest you had was in this room. Still the evidence of it the day before.
Is there any leftover bread around the room that I left?
You tidied up pretty well.
Dang, okay.
You brought it, if I recall, you brought it to shared with everybody to some extent. You still would have some bread, I believe, in your pack.
Yeah. I'll
The
leave
bread
it there.
monster.
Would I in my pack happen to have pen and paper?
I
Or
don't see why not. You
quill
certainly
or
have paper because there's always the backside of your map. But I don't know what pack you chose and if it would have ink, quill, and all that jazz.
Let's see. Thieves' tools, artisan tools, explorer's pack.
Yeah, so it'd be in the explorer's pack.
So I would have. I'm gonna reach into my sack.
Well, I'm saying it would have to be in your explorer's pack if you'd have it.
Oh, okay. Let me look up an explorer's pack.
I'm doing so as well. I don't believe it would be, but let me just go through. Nest, in your box, tinctures, rations, water skin. This does not distinctly have anything that says writing material.
That is a bummer. Is there any drawers around the room I can
I'm gonna
search?
say you're in a fantasy hotel. I'm gonna say one of the few amenities you would have to be ink. There'd be a bill in
Yes.
Yeah. The paper, you could always use the backside of your map.
Do I sew the letter in my backpack?
So you would, yeah.
Is the letter addressed to me specifically?
It is addressed to Cordell Quicktopple. I would like you to roll me an investigation check, as you're the first person to ever actually open up and read one of these letters in character and in person.
Second.
I thought Braff
Roll
did.
for it.
I thought Braff did.
Bref, you
Yeah,
were
for
like
20.
looking at it. You were looking at it, but you didn't like investigate it. I'm rewarding it a little bit here. This is the first person to actually go and look at it, like under
letter?
scrutiny.
I
The
a
letter
nat
we
20.
got.
20. quick topple spelt wrong. There's a fleet of grammatical errors in it. There, like just like small errors. Like, but like as you start looking at it, there's like a couple of different things that aren't quite right. And everything about it regarding you is very vague and dressed up. Like it's being very formal in its lettering to you, but formal in a way that's very empty. But like, when you first initially got it, you are like you weren't too like blown away by it. But like now, as you're kind of looking at it with a sense of like everything's off. Now you're looking at it in this sense, and you're like, oh, like okay. So I would say you're looking at this with a nat 20. I don't think you would believe the Baron wrote this letter.
Well, that's sus. I should have read that before I left.
Well, I would say this
should've
just,
paid
just
more
like
attention.
just like everybody else who read it, you read it, but like like there's no reason if like anybody could have wrote this, right? Like it could have been written by a scribe, squire, whatever, and that itself would not be problematic. But now you're looking at it like this, with the knowledge you kind of have of the surroundings and everything that's happening. Everything seems wrong. I would also like to note, just for consistency's sake, as far as Cordell, you are aware the Baron's still alive.
Yes. The Baron is alive and well, I would assume, with no meta. Is there any other parchment that is not delivered to me in my backpack? I can't think of any.
I'll let you, if you want to like kind of look through the room and try to see if we can find some.
Yeah, I'm gonna investigate the room. I'm trying to find a piece of parchment paper. I got, I think a 4.
4. I would say looking through this room, it is quite bare. You have the ink and quill. It doesn't seem to have much associated paper with it, but you see, you have like your crumbs, you have the bed, you have all the stuff you set aside from your pack. You didn't really spend much time in the Baron's Keep itself. Everybody else is gone. Everybody else is gone.
They'll never see this coming.
They'll never see it coming. AC 130 strike on the keep. It's coming in hot. But Evan might have heard it. Evan might have heard it. But but no, you don't have any parchment, I would say, available to you in this room, aside from stuff that which seems to be your concern right now, is something that is addressed to, or that somebody knows this paper you own.
Does the letter, it obviously addresses my name, but where throughout the letter is it tailored to me, or is it simply just my name and say like the Dear Cordell, and then the rest is like an invite?
This one, I will say, maybe we'll talk about more of that at another time. But here it is specific enough to you. It is spoken about, and like it's being kind of cagey in its way. It's speaking about like being very vague about it, but like the last time you guys adventured together. But now, kind of following along with that 20-year-old, it is speaking about it in a celebratory type of way. Like you did a great success essentially for the Baron itself. It doesn't speak about it in such a way that you are a bit more familiar of, like perhaps you did the job for him, but you know it wasn't Jared's just trying to recalibrate his camera. Got it. You, even though you did this job, as far as you're aware, successfully, as far as the Baron's aware, it wasn't like a smooth process.
Okay.
Hey,
Love you guys.
love you too. How's it going?
Oh, it's going.
Oh, that's good. That's good.
Seahawks are winning.
Oh, thank God. We
Barely.
need it. Jared's trying to summon something. All right. Seahawks are winning, everybody, for who's watching the Twitch stream. Hope that's not a spoiler for you.
That's crazy. I was muted. He didn't even get to hear me say what's up. Damn.
Oh, I didn't even know you're muted. Oh, you're muted because you have this. Yeah, you have the same mic I do. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I do the same thing. I hit the button instead of the Discord. But no, it does seem like the message itself is tailored in some ways to you, just not well.
And my name is only addressed at the beginning, correct?
At the
not
beginning,
throughout.
yes.
Okay.
Nope, just the one Cordell Quick Topple with 1p.
I would like to light the candle in my room, assuming there's a candle. I made an assumption there.
There's a candle. Yeah.
Okay.
Like you could assume at this point, there's a chair, there's a single chair, single table, crumbs,
Crumbs.
ink, quill, no paper, and a candle. There's a bed also, and a door, and a window. But yes, you have those. You can light your candle.
I'm gonna light the candle. I'm theory crafting here.
Go for it, man.
This guy's crafting theories. I'm also sweating my ass off in Texas. Hell yeah, brother! It's 100,000
Hey.
degrees.
It is lovely and comfy here in Washington. I'll tell you what.
Shut the fuck.
100,000 degrees there, dude. How you so
Dude, it's literally 99. Feels like 105. I'm
Bro,
sweating in my
ass.
chair.
You're shitting me. It is 63 right now. Just for those of you who are watching the Twitch stream, you're curious about weather in our local areas.
God.
I'm going to put my letter in the fire in an effort to light the letter on fire, of course, but to the point where it cuts off my name. I don't want my name on the letter.
You want to burn it like the corner and let it like kind of roll the.
Yeah.
I would say
make
there's
it
not
look
gonna
like
be
a natural burn and just let it keep going. Then I'll put it out once my name and anything that identifies me personally is gone.
Give me a sleight of hand check here. It's not a super high DC, but you are trying to strategically burn this letter.
If you burn the whole letter, then their name's not on it.
What was it?
20.
Yeah, I think you're able to set that corner on fire, let the flame kind of wash up the side and go until it hits the name lettering. It just goes just a bit past, and you're able to kind of just shake it and slap out the fire in a way, just cutting it off there. You now have a very square-looking piece of parchment, as you burnt off the rectangular definition. But yeah, Cordell Quicktopple is mentioned nowhere on this letter. The Baron, marked from the Baron, though, that is there, but...
Okay, no, that's perfect. That's perfect. I'm going to turn it over. And...
on the back of the... No, I'm kidding.
Oh, shit.
It says psych, bitch. There ain't no hunt.
You're like, everyone decided to read the back of the letter.
On the back of the ink. It's a middle
the Declaration
finger.
of Independence. No,
Bro said written in invisible ink.
I'm gonna write out on the back of the letter, Cordell, please send help. Redmire Keep as soon as possible.
Is this a letter from Cordell?
To Cordell. Cordell is being addressed, and that's all it says.
Not from?
Not from
Cordell. Anybody.
To
Not
Cordell,
from
not from anybody. Essentially from the Redmire Keep.
Okay, I want you to...
He's writing in his own pen.
I want to say, give me another... performance check almost. I almost said sleight of hand, but I think performance can make the most sense. To write a convincing lettering on the back of another letter. Let's make this look as good as possible.
And it doesn't have to look great, because it isn't a message for help as soon as possible.
Yeah, you're just trying to make it fit where you're trying to make it fit.
Yeah. Performance, you said?
I would say so, yeah.
9.
9, okay. Yeah, because you're trying to just kind of get across the desperation of this letter and such. You're trying to write that out, and I feel like writing this out, very hurriedly writing it out. You're not quite in love with it because you write it and it maybe looks a little bit too formal at first, but you write it out and you can either scratch it out or you don't want to scratch it or whatever. But you do have that letter written out. Cordell, we'll send help to the Redmire Keep as soon as possible. On the back of the letter that the Baron first sent you. Your name burnt off as evidence. But now reset in a new context.
Yes, of course. I'm going to make my way downstairs to the inn once again.
You have the letter with you or you're leaving it behind?
Yes, I am bringing the letter with me.
Okay. You make your way downstairs. You can see that there is less activity inside. As you're making your way down the stairs, you can see that there's the 4 of those knights Three of them are standing up, including one of the older knights, seeming like they're posturing to begin leaving the table and head out wherever they might be staying, or maybe head upstairs. But still, infernally and eternally cleaning a mug, Mars sees you, nods at you as he's just kind of swirling a mug. I would say, best you could tell, it's been the same mug this entire time.
Nice.
For the past 2 days, he's been cleaning that same mug.
It's gonna be sparkly clean.
You make your way over, and you can see Sir Gulamin still like sitting there. He seems very like stone cold sober. This thing has a glass in his hand. Seems like a tankard, but seems quite heavy compared to everyone else. He's a bit sluggish. You can see two of the younger men are positioned on the other side of the one who's kind of down, face down on the table, trying to get him up. He's like, "All right, Riley, it's time to get going, man." And he's like, "Oh, I can do it." It's like, "Oh, no, you don't need to polish off your ale, buddy. Let's get you up there." It's like, "Ah!" And they're just kind of like that, and you can see just like a very stone-faced Golem just kind of just watching this. Gulamin watching this happen.
I'm going to approach the group of them and say, "Excuse me once again."
Oh, hello, Cordell, was it?
Yes.
Oh, pleasure to see you. Oh yes, do you need something? Can we help you with anything you might?
So I told you earlier I have some matters to attend to, and I'm hoping you might actually be able to assist me if you don't mind.
Oh, I mean, perhaps not at this moment. He's just gesturing over to the other two guys who kind of like, at this point, put the guys' arms up around their heads, kind of getting ready to, like, but, sure, what might you need help with?
Of course, obviously it may be bad timing, but I think it might be a little urgent. I've received this letter, and I'm going to pull out the letter I wrote and hand it over to him. And I'm not quite sure what to think of this. And for your context, I was here yesterday with another group of travelers that left for the Red Mire.
He takes the letter from you. I'm going to roll a die, Corey. He takes a piece of paper from you.
Yeah,
I'm rolling to determine what side of the letter he is going to read.
Oh, man.
Roll a die, flip a coin.
Corey, you wanted a 10 or lower? That's a 3.
Nice.
He just takes it. He sees the burnt letter, and he sees this kind of scrawled sigilling on the side, and he kind of takes it, like reading it. He kind of looks up at you. Goes and reads it. But he just then turns it over on its side, and like kind of like stares at it, like, "What's this on the back?"
Can you tell me which side you're looking at?
Oh, so the long one, the very long official looking one. And then they got the.
I read that too. It looks like it was one of their invitations. It has the same marking that I assume you got on your letter.
Give me a deception check.
Oh, 12. Wait, am I proficient?
Hey, check your Star
15.
Wars 5e character sheets.
Yeah, check your 5e shit.
That's a 15.
His insight check was an 8.
Nice.
So he gets that.
Keep
from
those rolls coming.
I'm switching die when we get to the initiative. But he just gets that. It's like, what? You said there was another group here yesterday. Do you know where they went?
They went off to the Red Mire. You see
You didn't join them, or what happened?
I honestly didn't want to travel with them. It made me a little uneasy. You command respect. I believe you've been through it.
I heard word that Lord Edmure was perhaps with that other group, so
yes,
I can understand.
Yeah, you get the gist. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, I suppose tomorrow at first light we're supposed to set up, but perhaps we'll set out a bit early to lend aid to whoever's out there.
I've got a feeling it might be a little more urgent than that. I mean, this letter just came in, and I mean, it says as soon as possible on there. Morning, I feel like isn't as soon as possible.
He takes a breath.
I think we should make our way now. I'll travel with you.
Give me a persuasion check here.
Give me Oh. So give
I'm
me
gonna keep rolling that
technology,
same
sir.
die because I believe it's rolling low. Now we're going hot.
It's gonna average out
What's yours?
18.
That's a 16.
Oh,
But no, you give all that, and then you just kind of takes a. It's like, leave him. And it's like kind of like, what? This is like, leave Riley here. I'll set up a room with Marsh. Mr. Quirktopple, do you know the way to the mire?
I do in fact, and I've actually got my horse here at the stable. If we'd like to get there. With
Would a
haste.
horse be able to? We were told a horse would not be able to get through.
DM, would a horse be able to get through?
No, not at all.
That bad?
No, it's not gonna get a horse. Like, it's probably gonna break an ankle on the way through, break a leg. It's just uneasy terrain moving through. And also, horses are famously skittish animals. They're scared of the light. They're scared of the dark. They're scared of flies. They're scared of no flies. You know. So moving through a swamp is gonna be.
Good point.
Scared of ghosts,
the fact
no
that we're
ghosts.
traveling through a swamp, I don't think the horse would make it through.
Right. Well.
I believe it is a thick marsh, so you will need lanterns and a heart for travel.
We're already kitted for the journey. Pardon my two squire that'll be accompanying me are perhaps a bit into the drink, but I'm sure we'll sober up along the journey. But we are at your behest, Mr. Top. If we need to go, let's go.
Quite wonderful. Let's be on our way.
All right.
Where
Are you going?
Ah, shit. I didn't think I'd get this far.
He's gonna go to the dam and go, hold on a moment, guys.
How am I gonna blow up a dam and walk them to the mine?
Dude, this is getting wild. This man's theory crafting, man. 7 layers deep. Hey, figure it out on the way. You know, sometimes you just gotta improv.
That's what I'm thinking.
No, I get it, but
there's
also
quite
like
a devil that's literally gonna make me
figure it
travel
out on the way, but also you're on the way. Like, where are you guys going? You said like they're following you, and you guys are currently in a tavern. So where are you going from here?
there. I'm gonna walk out the tavern.
Okay. And you have the procession following you. And I will say this, Golemine, he has, it seems like he has a great sword he's wearing on his side. Like, it's quite up high, but it's like running along his side there, just a very long sword. Mostly, he seems like putting pressure on his right hand, running it along. He is in full plate throughout. He seems like a bit more decorative. Everyone else has these yellow cloaks along the side. He has a yellow cloak that's in, like, has this a threading along the sides that is golden in color. He seems pretty high along the echelons of the order, best you could tell. The other two guys along the side, probably they seem like a bit into their drinks, but both armored in their own way. Half plate, similar to what you've known of Cyrus. But they both of them, like one of them seems to be like wielding like a great axe of some sort, like he's wearing that properly on his back. Where the other one has like a proper like kite shield and then a long sword on one end. Like they're a bit into their drinks, but these guys are like at least seem more armored than the other two knights that you've seen before.
Nice. We might actually stand a chance if you guys live for 3 hours.
Are you saying that out loud?
He says to them.
And so I'm gonna make my way out the keep, and then I guess
Out of the tavern,
out of the-
perhaps.
out of the
Yeah,
tavern, yeah,
I
and
was
make
gonna
my
say,
way-
holy shit, you went far.
And then start making my way towards the keep, I guess.
So you're gonna head out, exit the town. You're in this main square. So people drinking. Some of them like give a little like yeah, and then just like the circle. I mean, just gives a little to the people. And the other two knights, like one of them's like like God. And it's like they give a little cheers to them as they're walking out. There's a little bit of like hollering from whatever group they seemingly made friends with, as they are making their way back. But yeah, you guys exit. You leave through the center of town. You exit along. Kind of that wall, walking along the massive drop off down with the red mire below, but you're making your way over towards the dam itself. You kind of have this water wheel moving kind of in the central structure of the dam, kind of churning around. And the knights are following you. And Golemine, just like, what do you know of the folk who left yesterday?
Ah, yes. So roughly the folk who left yesterday. Let's say, how many were there? 1, 2,
Charisma saving
3,
throw.
4, 5.
Charisma saving
Do I actually
throw.
have to make 15 plus -1, 14.
You go to think of the people who left into the mire, and it like you feel like this constricting. Like there's a freeing of your mind as you're kind of talking with these people, and obviously in some way manipulating them. But as your mind is risking wandering over towards the people you left behind, and that is the context of it, it does kind of constrict on your mind a little bit. You are able to get through like numbers of people, names and such is going to a bit too personal for this hold to allow you to get to.
Okay. So...
Jared, are you okay over there? I'm just sensing Jared like.
Oh no, yeah, I'm good.
Okay, just making sure.
Thank you. It's actually the cops. I got swatted. Thanks, chat.
That's fine. Yeah,
Nice.
appreciate you.
The options were: do they live? Yes, no, swat them. Dang.
I think 6 or so people left yesterday. It's just a few adventurers. They seem.
Okay. Well, do you know why they beseeched you for aid?
They know my name and they know I'm invited. So.
Oh, were you invited beforehand?
Yes.
Oh, is that so? Is there another hunt happening then? At this?
I think this is the only. I'm invited to the same hunt you are.
Perhaps they left a little bit beforehand. Well, all right.
Yeah.
Well, perhaps they bit off more than they could chew out there or something. I'm unsure.
That's
But at this
what I
point,
guess.
as your feet click onto the side of the dam, and you guys are walking along here, just along the dam proper.
And how long until I have to blow up the dam? Do I have like an internal
An
countdown?
insight check.
Okay.
Oh, just see what's on your forehead, dog. It's probably a timer counting down. See it a quick mirror.
Here's insight. There it is. Ooh. 12.
12. You're like going back to think like what time was this supposed to go off? Because you heard like a few hours, and then a bunch of stuff happened, and it feels later in the day, and it's more like an internal feeling. Like it's less like, oh, this needs to happen at 11. It's more like you're getting hungry. Like there's a thing, like there's a biological like, oh, you're kind of getting like this, like, oh, I feel like I really like. There's a pressure kind of on you, like, and you're getting the feeling like, oh, this is a task I need to complete. Soon.
And this dam is going to destroy, or not destroy, but like the whole trail we're about to be walking on.
I would say there's no insight check needed. If these people cross the dam, they're going to be the first casualties, short of anybody on the dam.
Yes, that makes sense. That definitely does. To say all right and the yes. Okay.
I would also say even if you had 3 hours till the dam needed to go, they would still be the first casualties.
Yes.
They wouldn't make it to the keep.
There's no
That is a
way. You guys didn't
predicament.
make it in 3 hours,
Okay.
and this is the middle of the night.
Hoping it might take a little less than that, but that makes sense. This is a situation. Before we head out,
Oh, yes, Mr.
and this
Quick
is
talk.
so airheaded of me. Oh no problem. I left my backpack in the inn. I have a whole jumble of stuff that I should be bringing for this nighttime adventure. I don't even have a lantern on me.
Oh,
Can we head back there really quick?
sure. Would you like us to wait for you here, or?
It's dark. How about we go get another round of drinks and head back?
You were the one who said we needed to be so urgent, Mr. Wardell.
We'll get the drinks to go, of course. I can't leave my
Give me a
pad. That's my-
deception check.
Bro, this guy's still
As
lying?
you're just thinking, it's like
18.
as you're just going like, let's get some drive-through margaritas and head on up to the bayou. You know, like.
This guy's still swindling people like the Baron did.
18. You say that it's like, I don't think drinks would be wise, but perhaps we could see if there's provisions.
What the fuck did I miss?
Hey Jared, this is where we're at.
Oh,
But perhaps it would be wise maybe to get some fresher foods and such, especially for, and he gestures over to the two guys. The one with like the great axe is like actually drawn it off his side and kind of set it down. It's kind of just like leaning a bit, just going.
It's 3 a.m.
Yeah.
Considering our situation, yeah, definitely no drinks. Let's grab a bite to eat and then head out for this quick adventure. Especially considering I left all my gear. So right after you folks, and then I'll aim or like let them walk in front of me.
Like, sure, Mr. Topple. Again, you didn't really tell me about these adventures and such. And why do you feel like it's such a hurry to rush over? Why can't it wait till the morning when we would at least have another strong, able body with us? No offense.
No, totally get that. Just the wording of the letter. I don't know the people very well. I don't know the situation at all. As soon as possible to me reads as soon as possible. I almost considered just running the whole way, actually.
Well, perhaps from what I've heard of the Myers, perhaps it's best if you didn't. And perhaps, with that being said, I understand your anxiety, but maybe we best plan for the morning then. It's getting a bit late.
I mean, it is a bit late. I do know the forest is probably a bit dark at these times and probably a bit dangerous.
I also hate to point out, but you seem to be wearing some form of ceremonial robes and such. Perhaps you can get some proper trousers and.
Do not worry, I can handle myself in these robes. Very well, actually.
Whatever you're most comfortable in. But
very
I suppose walking with you, the other two knights kind of they're following along behind very loosely. Uncle Amin is very much not focusing on them as he's walking with you, and you guys see yourself coming back towards the tavern. It's in view.
Have we passed off the dam?
We've been off the dam now for a minute.
Okay. Perfect.
You're making your way over and through. I will say, you're kind of consciously aware of the fact that you do have this kind of need, developing as you're walking along. But you are making your way back towards the tavern. Is there anything else you'd like to do before heading into the tavern proper?
No.
Okay. Then you and the three knights make your way in as you can see, Marsh is kind of there, just kind of going, is like, all right, buddy, let's get you to bed. And then like as he's like kind of like trying to figure out how to work with the guys, just like he's like at this point, it seems like he's like kind of like he's like holding a mug to his chest, kind of. Like, that's not getting up, man. Like, we need to, come on, we'll get you. Then you guys come in, and you kind of just see the little relief on Marsh. It's like, sir, Golamin, if you don't mind, your soldier here is like, oh no, it's fine, Marsh. We're gonna actually probably gonna stay the night here if that's fine, and we'll get him to bed. Then he gestures to you. It's like, do you want to get your gear and such, or if you still want to leave tonight, I'll happily leave tonight with you. But I would like your decision, so we can either choose to get rest or choose to get coffee.
You know what? I think it would be great if we leave tonight. How about you take a second to get him up to a room? You three can take a second to get your soldier situated, and I'll be ready to go by the time you're finished.
All right, we'll wait for you here. As Golemy kind of goes, and he seems like kind of like take a seat and lets the other two kind of go back to like go, and it's like, all right, buddy. It's like, you guys, they're bad. It's like, that's all right, buddy. Gotta go back and kind of start like lifting him up and getting him moving again. But Golemy kind of just like gives like a little like hand gesture to Marsh, and Marsh seems to go back into the kitchen.
So one stayed out in the tavern?
All three are in four now we're in the tavern. Three of them will be heading upstairs.
And one of them is staying down.
Yes.
run into the wall again.
Oh man. Bro, just nuke yourself, dog.
Dude, why
Just
is he
fucking
staying
nuke
there?
yourself, bro. Just accept your shitty fate.
Eat the brick.
I don't walk out the front door and not make eye contact at all.
You just walk out the front door.
Yeah.
Give me a performance check.
After they go upstairs. After the three go upstairs.
Okay, the three. So the three, they get him. They kind of get him underneath, and then walk through. And as they're heading, Marsh hands him just like a wooden plaque, it's like with a number 2 painted on it. You can even tell. Just like, so here you go. It's just like, oh, thanks a lot. We'll settle up in the morning. It's like, Mr. Golamine already did so, but thank you. And he's like, all right, they make his way up. The Marsh actually comes by through with 2 things of black coffee, giving one over to Golamine, who kind of takes it and holds it in his hand. But the other 3 are going up the stairs as the other cup of coffee is kind of like, Marsh kind of holds it and keeps it with himself as he's kind of sits down with Golamine. But they're like kind of sat near the bar is where they're at.
I will leave the front door.
All right, are you doing it in any special way?
He does a backflip.
Without trying to get any attention, I guess trying to
Stealth
sneak
check.
out, essentially, yeah.
Stealth check. You don't have to be like stealthy, but you just
Stan
like try to
starts
time
tap
it
dancing?
right, soft step.
Starts tap dancing, slowly backing out of the tavern.
I got a dirty 20.
Ooh.
Okay. You make your way out of the tavern still. You have your whip lashed around. You kind of step out. You don't hear any protesting or anything, but you're out free in the night air of Marsh's retreat with this kind of like umbral desire and kind of hunger deep in yourself.
I run.
And you run. Top of the initiative.
Yes, dude, let's
Everybody
kill this
else.
piece of shit.
For
Let's
everybody else,
go. Let's
top
go.
of the initiative, 60 feet away from the main tree of this entity, is Gallon again getting the top of the initiative.
Wait, what the hell? Hold on, I'm in the wrong playlist. No, wait.
I
that's
have
the
my
right thing.
sword drawn.
Oh, it is our playlist.
We don't see those though, right?
You guys do not see these at all. I will give you this chance right now to roll a perception check.
Wait, can't
Oh,
I
roll.
have seen
Richter,
them?
if you want to say anything, you have some.
Oh,
Yeah,
yes,
I want to
sir.
yell out and say something along the lines of, "Look out! There's some branches up there that are trying to get you."
I'll
I
look
love
up
it.
quickly. Do I still need to roll perception?
No, he says that you're good.
I look up and I see them.
Yes, you look up and see these branches
I
kind of
look
like
up as well.
like kind of snaking down, behaving not very tree-like as they are moving down towards you, kind of like a slithering kind of motion, kind of just like they're far more like smooth.
Oh, they're like. Ooh.
I will yell out to Braff. I'll turn to Braff quickly. I will say, Braff, burn this place to the ground. And I will sprint using a dash action towards the tree.
What's your movement?
30.
Do you have any? So you run through, and as you come through, you have the lantern and the light. Are you leaving the lantern behind, or you're just keeping the sword? Moment here. A lot to figure out. Gotta consult. You
Alright,
taking the lantern or just the sword? Are you gonna leave the lantern behind?
I will. I think I will. I'm gonna move 30, and then I'm gonna move dash 15, and then can I use an object interaction to drop the lantern?
You can just drop it, yeah. So
Okay.
you wanna move it specifically up within 15 feet of the creature to drop it?
Yeah.
Okay, but you also have your other 15 if you want to get close the distance. To this. Just tell me where you're going.
I'll stop within 10 feet.
Okay, you run
I
up and
can't
you drop
attack
the lantern
with
and draw your sword. As you run up, you step through these piles of bodies. I need you to make perception checks. Perception check, solitary.
15.
You are making your way through.
Hold on. 15.
Hey, there you go, buddy. You're making your way through, rushing past. You kind of like, it's not difficult terrain, but you are moving past over these roots and vines. It isn't quite entangling, but it's like you're kind of have to sure step around. You drop the lantern down, and you kind of do it and drop it in like kind of the handle that kind of hooks an elbow of one of the people who is like kind of contorted up around this. As you're running in, you're kind of being encapsulated by these voices. You kind of find yourself in like this antechamber of volume, as like you're hearing yourself step and stuff, but it's kind of distorting. But you get all the way closer to them, and you see like this is just kind of this weathered. As you come up to this creature, this purple is kind of like pulsing quickly now as you're getting quite close to it. Like this kind of the face in it just kind of seems rotted away at points, but it still seems like it's enough of a face for you to make out. You're seeing like kind of this wispy, like kind of a longer kind of grayish beard. You're seeing like kind of like cocked to the side. You see like this kind of a hand kind of coming out of the bark in some way. You see like there's another arm kind of fully extended out, kind of like a branch has kind of grown up and out. Only the thumb is really exposed left in the hand, as the rest has been consumed by bark and branch. But there seems to like this kind of this loose necklace kind of grown off. There's like knots coming out of it. You do not recognize this, I will say. You do recognize the man closest to him, facing towards the tree. The most preserved body you can really make out here. Roots kind of loosely growing in and through. You can see this kind of this like the purple energy that's kind of coming in and out through him, through this branch is coming through his torso directly into the tree, and head kind of cocked to the side as you come up, is somewhat distorted and decayed, but recognizably the man you killed earlier today, a couple bits removed from, but this is the face of the Baron.
Oh shit! We found his actual body.
Well, damn.
There he is. Alright, here we go.
Next up is Richter, sir.
Roll your dice, move your mice, let's go.
I'm eating the pizza.
Eating the
Hey,
pizza, getting
bro.
the pizza.
Bro's healing? Bro's healing? It's like the Skyrim quick menu where you just start. It's like Starfield. We just
Yeah, I appreciate
worms,
the updated reference.
Worms, meat packs, orange juice, wine.
When you just smash the button, it's like, well, my character's drunk and hydrated, so.
Hell yeah, sparkling water, dude. Dude, nothing could be worse than killing sparkling water in the middle of combat. or rhubarb flavored like soda.
Have you seen the video of the dude like chugging a soda, going and smashing his head in the garage?
Yeah, exactly.
That'd be that. Come on, Richter. What are you doing, bro?
Good. We're buying you time, Richter. We're buying you time.
He's healing. He's healing.
You seen that meme?
Give him 1 HP.
You seen that one meme with the soda?
No.
That's
Come on, baby. Also, if you haven't bet in the Twitch channel whether we're gonna live or die, do it. Make it interesting.
Please don't vote SWAT Jared again.
Yeah, that's actually third option. It costs 10,000 points, but if you do, I'm ready.
It costs $10,000.
Real dollars.
How much do you have to bet?
Here, let me. You can do it from 10 to 500. Here, let me do this.
500% chance of losing.
500 points.
Yes, nah? Oh, damn. I said no.
Yeah, so did I. I cucked myself. I literally was like, no, and then I forgot I even put nah. Look at dice.
Is the sentence you just said I cucked myself?
I cucked myself. Stream
That's
elements.
hard. That's hard.
Stream elements, my boy.
But Richter, to lay it out, you're right next to Andrew, so you guys are kind of in the beginning of this chamber. It is about 90 feet from you to where you see Gallon running up to. It is no more than 30 feet where you see this kind of these branches kind of moving down to where Gallon was and where Braff is.
All right, I'm going to kind of. I have this crossbow, you see.
Yes.
Bro's gonna
Yes, you
bank
do.
a shot in my ass.
I'm gonna, like lean in
Kinda
against
cute.
a rock, so that I'm not holding the front of it. I'm like operating it more like a little impromptu turret kind of thing, you know?
Hey, okay. Give him advantage.
No, it's I don't need it. Well, yeah, I mean, would that give me any kind of?
It would negate one of the ways you have disadvantage.
Okay, cool.
You
That'd
still
be
have
great.
disadvantage.
I understand.
Yeah.
Well, hold on,
and
so
I'm gonna.
if he's not proficient, he just doesn't add his proficiency bonus, right?
Correct.
Yeah, he's
Sure.
not
So yeah,
disadvantaged.
okay. So I'll give you that. I'll say you're firing it normal. Yeah.
But if it's a heavy and he's a baby boy, I mean, I could see where it could be a little tough.
Yeah. Now I'll let you roll it straight. It is within your range. You're not firing past your effective range of this.
Okay. Yeah, I'm just gonna kind of aim up at a bundle of branches that's coming down towards Braff.
Yep. Go ahead and fire this off.
Now, what kind of things do I add to this?
You're gonna add your dexterity, and that's it.
My dexterity.
Dexterity. Naughty dexterity.
Corey?
That's a 4.
Yes, you fire this off, and you set it down, and it like goes totally plain out. Actually, you down running up, you like kind of go and be holding this environment, just hear ding, like off the wall, like next to you, like 20 feet away, as the bolt like travels through the entire cavern and ricochets off rock and root alike.
Whoops.
I disapprove.
I am going to modify, unless you have anything else you want to do, Richard.
Let's see. Actions.
Mhm.
Bonus actions.
See in the top right of your screen, Gallon didn't like that.
I got
Gallon will
Gallon
remember
didn't
that.
like that.
That's it for me.
Okay. I'm gonna change my environment briefly because it's turn next.
Oh,
One
this
moment,
is
friends.
gonna pull out a real life tree.
I guess it's an action. Is it an action to reload it? Or
No,
bonus action?
no.
Is it
So
If it's a bonus
so
action.
loading
Whoa,
property.
whoa.
Loading property just means no matter how many attacks you have as a character, you can only attack once. Loading
Yeah.
it does not. This is not like an action. It's just part of the action.
So you could reload it there, Evan,
He's also
Alright.
tiny though.
if you so choose.
In between, yeah, I'll just say like
Well, there's no like strength modifier to load it.
That's true.
It's just proficiency to use it.
Can I?
yeah. What are you trying to do?
Dude, my camera's been fucked.
You
My
look
stream
insane
camera. My
when you do
stream
that.
camera is.
Ah.
Yes, as you can tell, I have 2 cameras. Your mom let you have 2 scoops of ice cream?
2 cameras of ice cream.
It's not as dark as I want it to be in here, but you know.
I thought you were gonna
Well,
grab
that's
a. I thought you were gonna grab a bunch of like leaves and throw them at the wall or something.
Because I never decorated this back wall, and now's the time. I hope you guys got about an hour 30. But no, it is now. It's for one, Gallon. As you run up to these things, you kind of behold the area in front of you. I'm gonna need you to make a strength saving throw as you run up towards it.
This is it. Roll high. That's it. That's all
Go
I'm saying.
high or die. Let's go.
Literally. This is
Does your
gonna
shirt? Does your shirt say gnocchi?
It does, yeah.
Strength saving
This is-
throw.
be Ganaki.
Well, I'm not proficient in strength,
Yeah.
but that is
Yeah.
still a 15.
You fail this. So as you're running up to it, you just feel like the kind of the pitches of the song kind of changes, and then directly from the face in front of you, the mouth kind of just opens a bit, and you're like this kind of a separate note hits you, and you're blasted back. You're pushed 15 feet away. You're not blasted prone as the spell Gust of Wind takes effect, and you're now in
Oh.
difficult terrain. It's pushing you back
Cool.
away from the trunk of the tree now. So you were 10 feet away. You are now 25 feet away. So you know you must spend 2 feet of movement for every foot of movement you would like to move forward.
That's a cool mechanic. I like that.
So that's one of its things it does. Also, Jared, appreciate you saying that, bud. It's now gonna make 2 weapon attacks on you.
Do it, bitch. Raph is ready.
I will say this. It is actually, give me a perception check before these.
Oh, sick, dude. Ready for this 4? 13.
13. 13 actually is not bad. As you are now brought attention to, you brought up, you saw the bolt fly by. You can see these tendrils are kind of coming out of the ceiling above you, but they're coming out of the ceiling above you. They're not connected to these other bits of branches and root. coming around and above, they seem completely separate from everything else that's happening around you.
Oh,
Like they seem like their own thing that's happening.
Do they look
What is-
like, just real quick, do they look like natural, or is it like a creature's limbs?
It
Yeah,
looks
they
looks
don't have
natural.
to, but-
Okay.
What is your AC?
It is currently with Mage Armor 14.
So it hits you twice. Would
Uh-huh.
you like to cast anything to subvert that before?
Well, what is it? What does it roll?
Okay, I'll tell you. One of them is 15.
Mhm.
The other one is 25.
Yeah, that first one almost hitting. I'm gonna cast Shield.
Got you. Okay, so you take that, you cast shield around, and you kind of deflect it. The other one as it comes through. So one of the branches kind of goes and kind of like stabs at you, and it hits this. Richter, you're actually privy to this. As it comes, it hits this. You can see it like it hits, and like as it does, like hyper extends the roots, and like it hits the shield. It kind of goes limp and drags down, like almost like binds on the ground. The other one hits, cracks through the shield as it's been like pulverized by the first impact. Jabs into, hits the leg of you. I'm now gonna roll the
This is-
small amount of damage.
This is the first hit. Besides Gallon punching me in the face, this is my first damage of the game.
and what a
74
bit of
points
it
of
is.
damage.
I really do be damaging everybody anyway.
Jared, you're gonna be taking 24 points of bludgeoning damage.
Oh fuck! All right.
As this vine goes, jabs in, and as it does, like you again, Rick, you can see like as it does, rock actually falls from the top above, and this as it jabs in, like just slams against you, drops you down on the ground, very similar in a way to how Richter was just hit by the other creature. But this, as it does, it kind of goes and stops and like draws itself back down, like being fully extended out.
You said
You guys
24.
can look. That was 24 points of damage. It is. I'll tell you this. It is 3d8 plus 6.
Okay.
But that was it using its 2 attacks, its additional thing, and that is the end of its turn. It is now your turn, Braff.
Oh fuck! By the way, when I got hit, you did see the shield. As it pierces through the shield, it also had to hit another arcane layer. As it broke the arcane layer, then you saw it hit, and I'm like,
Right.
"Ugh."
So yeah, what was your arcane layer at again?
11.
Yeah, so you subverted a good amount of damage and still took a good amount of damage.
Ah, fuck. I'm going to use my bonus action to Misty Step as close as I can to the next to Gallon. 30 feet.
30 feet is the Misty Step range.
30
right?
feet, yeah, shooting across.
Yeah, so you Misty Step 30 feet. He is caught in this wave, but you Misty Step, you have 30 feet further. Well, I guess now you have 50 feet closer to him. If you'd like to dash or whatever. Or I guess now you can just use your movement.
Yeah, I'm just gonna stand next to him. I'm just gonna, as he got pushed back, I'm just gonna run up next to
You
him.
can run up right next to him. You feel the wind kind of on you, but it isn't impeding your movement where you're at.
So I do get next to him.
Yes, I would say you're up next to him. He is at the very edge of this gust of wind.
Okay, so as I'm running up, and I am bleeding, I'm breathing heavily. I just feel like my heartbeat, like, doom, doom, doom. I'm going to pull out my cock. No, I'm gonna pull out. I'm gonna pull out a bit of fur and then this rod that is made up of glass. And as I'm running up, it's like sparking with energy. And as I like kind of, and as both my hands are kind of like electrifying, I push them together. And from the rod, I'm gonna cast lightning bolt at this tree.
Nice.
It's going to be a 100-foot long and 5-foot wide blast of lightning. Must make a dexterity saving throw or take 8d6 lightning damage.
Well, I'm gonna be real with you. It doesn't have super high dex.
Where's it gonna go, bro?
What does it need to beat?
16.
16. Okay. Yeah, you go. What's the damage it needs to take? What damage does it take?
8d6.
8d6. Go ahead and roll it.
Let's go, son.
This is 2, 4, 6. Come on. Come on. That's not bad. That is going to be 32 points of lightning damage.
Let's go.
You set up blast. This rail of lightning goes and strikes the creature, and as it does, you can see this the thing in front kind of just kind of like you see like wincing pain on the person's face locked into it. And then with that, the creature is struck directly by this. And if I'm not mistaken, you what was the lightning ability here? Was all?
What's up?
What was the spell again?
Lightning bolt.
Lightning bolt. All right. So is it remaining on the ground or?
It says
I don't remember
a creature takes 86 lightning damage, and then the lightning ignites flammable objects in the area that aren't being worn or carried.
Right. It itself is flammable. However, it is not carrying anything.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So it itself does not ignite, but it does get singed and such throughout.
Did it fail its save?
It did fail its save.
Okay, nice. And as I rush up to you, and you can hear this, as you hear the crackling energy, and as it just concusses forward, you hear Braff as he yells out, kind of like the loudest you've heard him been, and he channels pretty much the last like major well of arcane energy from himself.
Is that the end of your turn?
Misty Step for yes, that is gonna end my turn.
Got you. Anders' turn. He's dashing all the way up as high as he can. He does not close the distance to you guys. He gets about 15 feet away from you two, Braff and Gallon. Top of the round, Gallon's turn. Gust of wind is still happening.
Gust of wind is still happening. How far? Is that 25 feet from him?
You're 25 feet. Is using double your movement to move towards it right now.
Double my movement towards it.
With gust of wind.
With gust of wind. I will use the dash action to move towards it.
Gotcha. Yeah, you were able to. Go ahead.
I'll get up to within 5 feet of it.
Okay, you dash up all the way within 5 feet of it, and you're just kind of locked in directly there. Just like you're fighting through, you get all the way closer. You're like pretty much like directly within punching distance of this face that's in front of you. Is there anything else you'd like to do? Use your action to dash.
Let's see. I will also yell loudly.
Good move.
Let's do one. I don't actually do that kind of.
You sound kind of like shit, man. Is there a reason for that? You're kind of quiet.
Using the computer mic. Is that not good?
No, okay.
I think it might have just been how you might have been speaking more quietly.
I'll turn you up a little bit too to kind of help.
Oh.
It's your bonus action. Do you have anything you'd like to do?
1 second, please.
No problem.
I don't think I actually have anything I can do for a bonus
I don't
action.
believe so, yeah. Alright, well then we can end your turn there. Oh.
I will end my turn within 5 feet.
Got you. Richter, it's your turn. You are now by far the furthest away from the combat.
That's fine with me. So, what is it? What did it take to reload the bow?
I believe
The
it
crossbow.
takes. Does it take a? I can't remember what reload is. I think it
so-
normally happens automatically.
The loading property on a weapon is just the fact that you can't shoot it multiple times on an action, like an attack action. So it's basically roped in with the action.
Yeah.
Okay, so yeah, between turns, I will have reloaded it.
Yes.
All right.
Well, yeah. It's normally described as like you fire it, you would reload it, and then you're ready for the next turn.
Okay. How? So I don't want to aim towards the people that I know,
Right.
because I'm certain that I'll hit one of them.
Mhm.
But how tall is the tree? Like how high up can I aim?
The tree, it's considered large. So this is like maybe 10 or so, maybe 12 feet tall. So it's not dominating the space in such a crazy way. It's just it's dominating a small space, but like with people like kind of being at the foot of it, like especially Gallon being all the way up there, I would say you wouldn't be confident in being able to land a hit.
Okay. Can I make up just a regular old classic perception check to see if any vines or branches are coming for me?
Sure.
Fucking 13.
No branches. Okay, 13. I'd say looking through here, you see like where these vines kind of came through, like they went and attacked at angles at Braff and where Gallon was. They attacked at angles and then just kind of went and like sulked down. But they seem to like kind of come out of a rock formation a bit above. I would say looking through, you're not really able to see any evidence of any more vines moving at you or really anywhere else in the area, which you have a good sightline on because you're holding this daylight spell on the shillelagh.
That's right. So I'm just queuing up some spooky tunes because the music ended.
Oh yes, go for it.
Spoons, if you will.
Some spoons.
Yeah.
Oh,
But Richter, you are like 90 feet away from the creature at this time.
Okay. All right.
Actually, I will say this, slight correction, it is about 15 feet tall proper.
Well then, in that case, I'm gonna take
Still
a shot.
90 feet away. 90 feet away with a heavy crossbow. I believe you'll be making this with
I'm-
disadvantage.
I'm aiming.
Pretty sure it's like 180.
I'm aiming for the
I
top
want
of
to
the
say
tree.
like 180 360 or something like
I'm
that.
looking at it. It's 100 feet. So I will say, if you want to insist on using it on this rock, you will have to kind of reposition it here.
That's all right.
Yeah, so you're free to attempt to do so.
What is the range
I'm-
of it? I guess I
100.
read
My like radius. I'm imagining the reticle is like the center of the reticle is at the top of the tree. So like the margin of error is very unlikely to hit.
Right. Well, it's there, but you're not like it's not bipoded. You're resting it on a rock. It's like kind of cockeyed. It's off to its side and such.
Also-
Like you are. It's also not a ton of damage, but you are welcome to attempt to do so.
Also didn't
mean-
read the red dot on it
Yeah, the red dot was left back at the family home.
in my backpack.
Shit.
The red.
But I
dot
believe
sight.
I would say there's probably like grooves and such on it, so you have a general idea of like you can use like the arrow head itself to kind of figure it out.
Okay.
This is gonna be actually crazy. We all die.
I think it's. I mean, I don't want to speak too soon, but yeah, I don't think it would be an unreasonable bet to make that we would all die right now.
Brother.
Richter Turnhall, what would you like to do?
Oh gosh, I just don't like my stick is so short, and I'm a little guy, and I didn't get any fucking like
Bombs.
yeah, I didn't get the bomb spell.
Sven
I'm gonna
chose
sh-
all
I'm gonna
utility
sh-
spells.
Yeah, because I'm.
If you would have used the Star Wars 5e sheet, you could have used explosion.
Yeah, that's fair.
True.
Damn.
Well, I'm gonna shoot one of those bolts
Right,
Let's
go ahead
go
and
to bolt.
fire.
right at the head of the tree, and I add my dexterity.
Charity. Charity.
16.
16 actually does hit.
What?
Go ahead and roll damage.
I
Nicely done.
Uh,
Nicely
what's-
done. Chip this.
what's
It
damage?
is 1d10 piercing.
Roll 10. That's all I
and
asked.
then it is a silver bolt for that matters.
I'm aware. It does not.
Rats.
Oh, wait.
Todd looked away right when I did that too. That worked out.
I didn't see it.
Yeah.
Didn't
Do I
happen.
add anything to it?
In this case, I don't believe you do. You have no proficiency. I don't believe you would add your dexterity even. I don't believe if you're not proficient. I don't believe you're
I
adding your
think you.
dexterity
I think
modifier.
you still do. Because it's like
Go ahead,
Dex
double
is,
check.
Dex is base mode. Let's see.
What was the damage you rolled there, Richter?
I'm actually not sure.
7.
7. Okay. We're just gonna go give you your dexterity. We'll just add it.
1.
1. So it'd be. Okay. You fire this off. It just goes kind of loud. up
You
and-
add. You add it.
Yeah, sure. So we added it. So it goes up. They kind of arc it up high, then it goes and you just feel it's kind of into like one of the arms of the tree. that kind of extended up high. That like you yourself, Gal, can see it kind of like moving a bit above you. But no, Richter, that shot does fly over and land on this creature.
Okay.
Is there anything else you'd like to do on your turn? Would you like to close the distance, or would you like to sit here, reload?
Yeah, can I bring the bow with me and
You can.
close the distance?
You might be able to find another place to reset it or something.
Sure. I won't count on that necessarily, but mostly I'll just if I can see any kind of rock outcropping that looks pretty.
There's a
good,
lot
I'll
of
do
bodies you can rest it on.
That'll work.
Hell yeah.
You're able to close 30 feet. I don't believe you have anything that lets you dash for a bonus action.
No. Do you have any battle music, Connor?
I do, yes. I'll do that in just one moment.
No worries.
Here. As Gallon, as you're rushing up towards the actual front of the creature, let me make sure I'm not about to do anything illegal.
Illegal. Bro, meta game
legal.
police.
Oh, what do you got?
Oh man.
Double checking. I'm just making sure. Everything's written properly here before I do it.
Bro, hit
Okay.
me.
Gallon, you're running up here. It's actually here in this case. It's actually going to have to make its attacks. You are the only one currently in range. And
Okay.
what is your AC?
16.
Okay, both these hit.
Wait, hold on. So wait, I thought it was coming from the ceiling. It hit me, but now
Those
now-
ones went out. That was a action it did. Those
Oh.
things are gone. It now is attacking from its actual form.
Oh, okay.
Yes. Do you have anything you can do to negate damage or up your AC?
These are not spell attacks.
These are not spell attacks.
Then. No.
I'll give. Okay. So that is.
Oh my god. I'm getting sick.
Me too. So that is. Okay. You're gonna take 33 points of bludgeoning damage as both these attacks. Just as you're running up, you see the one get struck by the bolt, and you're kind of looking up at that and noticing it. Like you don't feel the tree recoil as much as it should have, and as it does, one comes down at the side, like kind of chops you down and drops you, and that one that has the bolt in it comes down and slams down into you. Both those attacks connected to bludgeoning damage too.
All right.
It is the gust of wind ability has gone away though. That breathing motion has cleared up. Raph, it's your turn.
Bro, why the fuck does this contest keep redoing it?
I do not know.
Even though it literally just said any fucking way. It's my turn. Okay.
Sir.
I'm going to cast. I'm gonna pull out the diamond again, because I'm on the exterior of the. I'm on the exterior of like the gust of wind, right?
The gust of wind is now gone away.
Oh, it was a single thing. Okay.
Yeah. It isn't normally a single thing, but it happened to.
How far away? How far away am I from it?
You are 20 feet away.
20 feet. Okay, I'm gonna stay there. I'm gonna cast chromatic orb as I pull the diamond back out. As I kind of quickly, just instinctually put away the other materials and pull the diamond again. I'm gonna make an attack against it.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh, thank God, bro. Sweat my ass off more than the heat's already getting to me. 19 to hit.
It's. Go
Oh,
ahead and
sorry.
roll
I meant to say similarly. Fire. Fire is going to be the
Gotcha.
choice. 3d8. Come on, you bastard.
You just call him a bastard as he's.
Oh,
Leaning on the
dude,
ground.
let's go. 3d8. Okay, so that is 2 8s and a 2, so that is going to be 18 points of fire damage.
18 points of fire damage. All right. Chromatic orb, you fire that off. Oh, this one. Okay. Yeah, you just kind of light it off, immediately using the benefits you just gave yourself. of the potion you just chugged to use one of the spell slots, because Chromatic Orb's first level, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so you just do it, light off this fiery ability, and as you do, you heal this recoil. There's a break in the song as he does this, as the like all the voices around you kind of like jumble a bit, and then before catching up and then continuing along with their just their
Slave.
song essentially.
Yes, sir.
Raph, do you want to do any movement?
No, I'm gonna stay there. Okay, so the contest, is done, I guess, but it says like there's time left, and I don't understand. So we'll figure it out later. But I will go ahead and take a bonus action to chug my healing potion.
Gotcha. Go ahead and catch that. After you just watch Gallon get fucking annihilated ahead of you, you're just like, better top myself off.
Well, after I just got annihilated before that, actually
Absolutely.
pretty good. So 7-9, 9 healing.
Awesome.
9 is going to be. That's not my turn.
Gotcha. That is the end of your turn?
Yes.
Okay. Anders, it's his turn. He fires off 2 arrows, kind of rushing. He's a bit behind you, but he goes and fires off his 2 arrows. It just seems like, and like one like strikes somewhere on the tree, then another one repositions, kind of slams next to the head that's on the tree, and you can see that there's a bit of a smoldering element to it. So
Nice.
Some damage to it. That's his turn. Gallon, it's your turn.
It didn't hit anything. Damn.
Oh, he hit. It did damage.
Oh, that's right. Sorry, I apologize. The fizzing. Yeah, whatever.
Well, as I'm running, I run up near it, and it will hit me, and I'll go down to a knee.
Mhm.
I take that damage. Then I will stand up. I'll slowly stand up, and then I will cast my final blood curse of the mark against this creature.
Hell yeah.
As
What does
I'm
that do again?
So as I'm, I guess let me look.
Come on, boy. We need some massive hits.
Blood curse of the mark. As a bonus action, you mark a creature you can see within 30 feet of you until the end of your turn. Whenever you hit a creature cursed with a weapon for which you have an active crimson right, you roll an additional hemocraft die when determining the extra damage from the right.
Nice.
This will be active till the end of your next turn.
Until the end of your turn.
End of your turn. Okay, so this
there'd
is
be
just
2 attacks. Yeah.
got you.
So the
Right.
next attack roll you make against the target, if you amplify it, the next attack roll you make has advantage.
Are you amplifying?
I will amplify it.
What's your current
with
HP, Todd?
With amplifying it, I'm at 18. Amplifying it, I will take 1d6 necrotic damage.
Come on. 1.
5.
Fuck. Oh my god.
With amplifying it, I will utter blood curse the mark. Just for a bit of flavor, you'll notice my sword will burst into like the brilliant flame. It still does radiant. And I will, I guess if you could see it, like my medallion would also, and I would pull it off.
Oh shit.
I will pull it off, and I will swing upon this creature.
All right, make your first attack with advantage.
Do I have to?
Do you not want to? I mean, you amplified it.
Hey, what'd they vote? Let's just close the screen.
Wait, what? I'm actually, ironically enough, there's 3 for no and 1 for yes.
So with that chorus of bravery behind you, go ahead and make your weapon attack.
I believe.
And Gallon will leap forward. First attack.
Come on.
First attack
Come
will
on.
be. I'll get the first attack won't be advantage.
Why not? Your first attack has to be advantage with Hemocraft.
Has to be. To the bonus.
Yeah, it says your next attack.
Oh, your next attack? Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. I was just gonna.
I mean, if you wanted to, like, I'll let you roll the first one how you want to roll, then you can add it to the second one. It doesn't matter. Yeah. If you want to choose to roll advantage on the last attack, you're good for it.
Okay. So the first one is a
Oh wait.
what is that? 17.
That hits.
First
Hey.
attack is a 17. The first one will be an overhand slash,
Okay.
and then it will follow up, and I will attempt to drive my blade into the tree.
Okay. Go ahead and roll that second attack, and then we'll just do a big old combo of damage here.
Also, real quick point of order, Connor. I do gain 2 temporary hit points back to my ward because I did cast an abjuration spell. Whenever I do
Yes.
that, I gain double the level of hit points back. So
Nope, I got you. Yeah.
Oh boy.
come on, bro. Big hits. I am so stressed.
That's a 15.
Odd. It's AC's 15 beats it. Both these fucking
Oh, yeah.
attacks hit.
Let's go.
Go ahead and roll
Let's go.
damage.
Let's go,
Roll
baby.
all those delicious dice. Let
Come
me know
on.
what the damage is.
Come on,
Stressing, dude.
bro.
Hey, is this
I'm
thing undead?
sweating my ass off.
It is not undead.
It's
I'm
not.
sweating already because it's 100,000 degrees. outside.
Actually, I will give it to you. It is subsisting off undead energy. So, based off the mechanics of your ability, I will give it to you.
Fuck yeah. Wait, I win again already, and I can't. Wait. What did I do? I did chromatic orb, so my shield's down, so back to 14 AC. Okay. Oh my god, I'm fucking my booty hole.
Alan will let out very loud cry of pain as I drive my sword into the tree.
Come on.
So you're
D.
rolling all your die, then you're adding 2 Hemocraft die, then you're adding your weapon modifier twice. For just
It would be 3 Hemocraft die for each attack.
damn. Okay, that's right. Go
It
for
would
it.
be
Yeah.
The right plus the amplified. Well, the right plus the blood curse plus the
Plus the
rider.
amplified. Yeah, gotcha. And then
Let's
also the
go.
sword damage too, right?
Huh?
Then also just the sword's damage.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, this guy's got the ace. Until he dies. That's tough. Ooh. Come on, bitch. Come on, baby. We gotta get Sharky those points, bro.
Is he the only one who said we're
Yeah,
gonna do
he's
it?
the only one that said
That's
we're
good.
gonna
That's
do it.
good. That's good.
I voted against it just to see if I can give this man a little bit of extra. So I honestly thought we were gonna die, and we still can, so it's fine. Look at me talking ahead of I'm over here like, we got
Yeah.
this. Boom! Let me get a thing to my dome.
Breathe, buddy. We got it.
46 points of radiant damage.
Holy shit.
Oh.
And you're level 5. Yeah, that's fine. But no, you just go up to this thing and just like bring one like slash across it, like just absolutely oozing blood. Then you just drive the stake through. Let me double check some things here. Quick.
Balls
And we got
Stressing, dude.
Are we
Me
still
too.
stressing? We're still stressing, bro. All those things are gonna probably come to life and start fighting.
and then yours was how much again?
46 radiant.
Holy shit, Todd.
I rolled, so on my D10s, I rolled 7 and 7,
oh,
and then plus 3 strength, and then 3d6, 3d6. I rolled 13 and 13.
dude, holy
I
shit!
just want to make sure I'm getting this all written down before I do what I'm about to do. Okay, good. Got it. Okay, yeah, you take this, drive it in. And as you drive the sword in, you drive it like just right next to the face. You can see the face just like this burning go. And as you stab it in, you can see like the radiant light glow and burn and just sunder and scar the entire face of the man who was in the tree. Whatever
shit.
and whoever it was is charred, burnt, and gone from the tree itself.
Oh, sick.
However, the tree is still there.
Yeah.
Richter.
Fuck.
Hey, it's your turn. Hey, you are within 60 feet of the tree right now. You're about 30 feet away from Anders, who's fairly close to Brav, and et cetera, et cetera.
And did I see Gallon just stab it?
You did see Gallon stab it. You saw the tree kind of reverberate. You saw that, like, you see the environment kind of, like, light up. This purple energy is now pulsing quite quickly into the tree itself. I will say this. The tree's turns after yours.
Oh, just real quick, for the fire damage, did it catch it all or no?
It burnt. It didn't catch. It wasn't like a glowing fire.
Okay.
Like it. Yeah. I will say it seems to do a good effect, but it didn't like.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Okay. The tree's turn is after mine. I'm gonna cast invisibility. Oh, does it have to be touch?
Touch yourself
Fuck,
or
it
whoever
has
you're
to be
casting
touch.
it on.
Yeah, damn. Okay, never mind. Shit.
That's invisibility on a rock through it.
They'll never see it coming.
You know what?
Hey, after that attack though, you hear Graf say "fuck yeah."
I'll be here all week.
Graf yelled "fuck yeah" to Gowan in his absolute nasty smacky.
I'm gonna shoot Braff.
for that sentence, this boy needs to go.
Nice. Okay.
Yeah, no, I mean, fuck. I guess. God damn it.
Do you?
You have a
Okay.
lot of spells,
Real
you
quick.
have a lot of things.
No meta,
Yeah.
but did you actually take all utility spells?
Okay, you want me to run down what I got?
I did. I
I'm
feel
okay
like.
with it.
Yeah, I
Listen,
feel like.
My cantrips. I have Druidcraft, Mending, Mold Earth, and Shillelagh.
Okay. Yeah. So nothing.
Level 2, Dark Vision, Find Traps, Invisibility, Locate Object, Pass Without Trace, Protection from Poison. Third level is a moot point because I've used all of them. I cannot cast a
guy.
third level spell.
Birthday.
You have
but I
first
could've-
level spells?
I could have. Nope.
Wait, you don't have
You don't
first
have-
level. Wait, hold on.
No first
You
level.
have-
Oh wait, did you not
cantrip?
prepare any first level spells? Did you want to use them all at the higher level?
Yeah, that's right.
What about like cantrips? Do you have cantrips?
No, he
You already
literally
listed his
yeah,
cantrips.
all utility.
Yeah. Normally, you would like to have a first level spell prepared because you have a whole level of spell slots you're not able to use.
I see.
You can upcast.
It's different. Well, I
first
will say
level,
it's
though.
different than 5e. Oh. He can't upcast because he has first level spell slots he literally cannot use.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Star Wars 5e, which is the disconnect, Star Wars 5e has a bank of points you can use however you want.
At the arc wrap up,
Yeah.
we're gonna slam his fucking character sheet on the on the overhead
Oh,
projector
no.
and see what happens.
Oh gosh.
That's totally
guys
fine.
gonna be
Hey,
like,
this is all.
Why didn't you do this?
Why did
No,
you take
no,
Fireball, you druid?
No, I'm realizing the decision you're making right now is like, I'm gonna use the crossbow. It makes a lot of sense.
No,
Yeah.
he's gonna be like, oh no, my sheep fell into the shredder.
That's what I'm saying. The only other like damage that I can do is with a quarterstaff, and I cannot get.
I will say you have other things you can do to do damage. Just Richter probably wouldn't like to.
Boys.
Oh. Would that reach?
Depends on the spell.
Ayo.
Okay,
Wait,
hang on. Let me look at my. Hey, whoa! Shh.
I'm ready to see
Hey,
things.
but, keep it. No.
Okay.
Inventory.
Let me be like, nope. Never mind. That's not fucking nice to do that. All right,
Do we have a secrets chat?
not for the stream.
Okay.
I would say this. You have the spells laid out for you. If you want to just do a quick Google search, that spell 5e. It'll
Okay.
give you the full.
If you want to go to the secrets and cut, I mean, you come back and it'll reconnect if you do want to.
Oh, cool. If you want to do that, Evan, real quick, we can do that.
Yeah,
Just,
it'll
secrets.
fuck up cameras, but it takes 2
All right,
seconds. So.
We'll be back in just a moment then. All right, you
All right.
ready?
Get fucked, viewers.
Oh.
And with that outro,
All right, so now we have ourselves. Oh, my iPad is like dead. Now we have Todd's face cut directly in half in both of the Richter and Gallon cameras, and then we have Corey's half face in the DM.
hey Cordell, are you okay? You good, bro?
It's been sandwich, bro. All right, chat. How we feeling? How we feeling, chat? I'm feeling a little bit better after my boy just nuclear missiled this fucking tree.
Depends on what his next move is. I mean,
I
depending
have-
on the next move. Hey, no cap, all meta. If it's a spell, get ready. Get ready.
It's gonna get real stupid. But he's gonna be like, you can cast fireball. I'm like, oh fuck.
Honestly, I was really hoping that it would. Actually, no, it worked out fine. Never mind.
Yeah, I don't know how contexts work, but that's fine. Oh yeah, and then we also have the dam about to get annihilated as well.
Don't worry about that.
No, we ain't worried about that. Ooh, nice. Hey, I also rolled an 11. Hell yeah. I'm ready. I'm ready, boy. I'm ready for it to get shreddy. Ooh, 16. Nice. I like that. I like that. I like that. Also, I'm going to actually adjust this a little bit. I think that's going to be a little bit. I don't even think it moved anything.
And then I need to turn on my camera.
I think I'm just touching the camera, not doing anything.
That's inappropriate.
Yeah, alright.
Yeah, sounds like some kind of excuse to me. Like, I was just touching it, I wasn't doing anything.
I didn't break it, Mom, I just threw it.
Yeah, Noxcam
Evan.
is... Oh, sorry, continue.
Hey, fam, I was just saying, Evan, if you have what you'd like to do.
So I can dash as my action,
You can.
and that's just a normal D&D thing.
That is using your action, so you would not be able to use a spell. Most spells
fine.
require action. Okay.
I won't be able to get there anyways, because I have 25 plus.
Thank you.
I have 25 feet of movement, so dashing would take
You're
me-
within 6. I guess you're within about 60 feet of the creature.
Yeah, so I'll be 10 feet away at the end of this turn, sprinting there, as fast as my stumpy little legs will carry me.
Okay. So yeah, you run up. Grab your sit there.
I have the light with me. I'm like dragging the crossbow behind me.
You're just dragging it, just running up with your light.
Just like
bright light filling this room, a room that has not had light in as long as it's been. You're going through and just flooding this room with light, and I would say you're noticing a visible recoiling, like from the branches and such, as this light is getting closer. As you run up, you are now putting this creature directly into bright light.
Okay. Cool.
So, is this the end of your turn?
I think so. After taking a look at some stuff, I believe that would be the end of my turn.
Odd, because it's now in bright light, you get to make this Constitution saving throw with advantage.
Nice. Good
It's
job.
bright light?
Hey, daylight.
You get to
flash.
make this Constitution saving throw with advantage now.
Okay, nice. And just in case it saves my life, that damage was magic.
No, I got it.
Okay. I just wanted to make that clear.
Man.
I mean, it's radiant damage. Yeah, I got you.
What kind of like,
Constitution saving throw.
well, like, what's causing it?
Spell.
Cast from the thing in front of me. It casts a spell, right?
It did.
I, womp womp, have the feat Mage Slayer.
Go ahead and make your opportunity of attack.
Dude, kill it. Let's
I
go.
will use
ahead.
my reaction to make a melee weapon attack. Yes. And with that, I will drive the sword. I'll drive the sword into
Okay.
more. I hope this roll. Should I roll the?
Sponsored die.
monster
Bro,
die?
just roll
Gotta
what you've been...
roll the sponsored die, Todd.
Fuck.
Whatever you gotta do, buddy. Whatever feels luckiest.
It did not feel luckiest, but it was still decent. 16.
Oh,
16
nice.
hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
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 It's too much. I'm gonna die.
Also, unfortunately, it did cut our stream into 2 videos. I'm about to splice them for YouTube. Kind of sucks.
Right.
That is 16 points of radiant damage.
Nice.
Just driving this thing in even deeper and deeper into this thing. Like you can feel wind exhausting from the open, like sundered, like just just charred mouth of the thing as you drive deeper. You can feel like wind being exhausted out of it, but as it's completely broken down, gust of wind is not taking place. It's still casting the spell. Different, unrelated spell is what it's doing. That gust of wind is a reflex it does. I still need you to make this as Constitution saving.
Come on, dude.
With advantage because of the bright light.
Nice,
Okay,
good
it also
job.
says I have advantage on saving throws. Does that you can't have double, right?
You don't get double advantage, no.
Okay. And then it's not concentrating on any, right?
It is not concentrating on any saving throw.
Okay, on any spells. Okay.
Nope, it's just this one is doing. The DC's fucking high.
With advantage, good. You.
Oh yeah. First roll was good though.
Okay.
18.
You beat it by 1. As you just
Nice,
drive deeper
bro.
into this creature, you see this like you can see this bit of branch go and bend towards you, and this sickening green bolt
shit.
of red of this green like ooze almost like blasts over and lands next to you. I would say Breath and Gallon, you guys know enough about spells. He just narrowly avoided being hit by Blight.
Oh my god. Oh, damn.
The DC was 17, Todd. You
Oh my
beat it
God,
by
dude.
1.
I rolled a
Woof.
15.
Fucking woof,
I rolled
bro.
a 15, then advantage give me a 2 on the second roll. So that's cool.
Nice.
That is the end of its turn, Graph.
Dude, that you would have been deleted.
Oh my god, dude.
Todd,
Holy
for reference,
shit.
it's 8d8 necrotic damage.
8d8 necrotic damage. Yeah, I
Bro,
got
look at
resistance, so we
Corey
can do-
out here being proactive, even when it's not
That's
his
13
fucking go.
H-
Let's
I have
go,
13
baby.
HP, dude. We're good.
All right, my turn.
Yes.
Oh fuck, dude.
Yikes.
Oh goodness gracious! It doesn't really matter if I do that. Okay, so I'm going to.
Get the fuck out of here. Get that nose out of here, dude.
Mine is-
Get out of here. Get out of here.
This is how close I am to the tree.
Yeah, get out of here. I don't want to see
All right.
that.
All right,
This
I'm
is
going
what the
to.
tree is doing.
I'm going to grab out another vial out of one of my pouches. I'm going to pour this melt water into my hand. I'm going to swirl it in my hand, and as it does so, it's going to generate frost and ice around my hand. And I'm going to smash my palms together, and I'm going to shoot out rhymes binding frost. The creature must make
Gotcha.
a Constitution saving throw within a 30-foot cone. But I'm a move. I'm a move and sidestep, so I don't just annihilate Gallon.
Constitution saving throw.
Yeah, 30-foot cone.
Okay. Sidestep. I said that's successful. You have to like kind of maneuver around. You're gonna obliterate a series of bodies that are on the ground. But
Good. Welcome.
okay. What's it need to beat?
16.
Okay. It beat that with a 25.
Yeah, I figured. Con was pretty
God damn.
pretty fucking.
Is it taking half damage?
It is taking half damage.
Yep.
Ooh, that's still good though. Come on, big boy. Okay.
Uh-huh.
That is going to be. If you round up 7, if you round down 6.
Okay.
Of cold damage.
Got you. Cold damage coming through. You blast this. You can see this like almost domino effect just where you're standing. You're annihilating like 5 or 6 of these like corpses, just absolutely flash freezing these different bodies as they go and extinguish against this tree. It's like you can see like a bit of like the light drops from an entire like series of branches coming through it as you kill a number of people that were feeding it.
No. Ooh. Oh, nice.
No meta, but yeah.
Yeah.
No
cool.
meta, but all right. Anders is firing unless you have something that you're doing.
I'm just gonna look over at Gallon and just be like,
I think he's still just plunger in tree. Just,
no, I know. And I look over to him and I'm like, I'm just like massive respect as I acknowledge, and then I kind of that's it. Go ahead, continue.
You do see me dying actively.
Yeah, and massive respect and a hint of worry as you are just like bleeding.
Anders fires off 2. 1 goes wide, 1 hits the tree. Does a bit of damage. You can see it. It's like another smoldering kind of arrow impacts it. as you can see him, Richter, like go like fire like a quick 2-shot off and go and kind of reposition himself further along there. This is. I need to make sure I write that down, or I'm going to be an idiot. Okay. Anderson,
Oh yeah.
Gallon, it is your
Cat
turn.
Cam. Cat Cam.
Oh boy.
All right, Gallon.
I will roll something.
I believe you.
Oh, I should. It's okay. Hindsight's 2020. Just for my own peace of mind, if Rhyme's Binding Frost would have hit it and it. Never mind. It's all good.
You know what?
Oh, were you thinking like a frostbite?
Yeah, I was thinking it would have had to take its action to break the restraints, but it's okay. We can talk about it later. It's not. a
For
big
sure.
I will. I'll pull my sword out from it,
Okay.
and then I'll make a slashing attack for the face. Does the face need to be doing anything else?
It seems like whatever it was charred. It's charred and dead, but you can make attacks on it. I'm not going to make it mechanically any different.
Can I roll perception while I do this, or like weak points?
Sure. What do you want to perceive? Oh, weak points. I'd say, probably not. Like I would say, like you can roll perception to see more on this thing, but you're face to face with it. You're dealing damage to it. Like the face, like just quick glance. I'm not going to make you roll for that. It seems like whatever it was a more offensive threat that is now destroyed.
The face?
Yes.
Okay, now I'm just gonna continue to hack at the tree.
Go ahead. Go ahead and give me the first roll and then the damage of.
First roll is a 14.
Okay. That misses. Go ahead and roll the next one.
The second roll is a 23.
That does do it. Go ahead and give me that damage there as you you go to, and we'll say this, as you go to strike at it, like you are striking at a place you know to be true, and you feel like part of the tree, like the bark of it, positions itself correctly, and like it itself parries you. And like as you swing at it, you feel like the tree was like here before, and now it's like feels like it's kind of almost moved a bit as you've been assaulting it.
Our Gallon will yell out in anger as he does the second strike.
Wait, the first one missed, and then it hit.
Missed.
Oh,
The first one
okay.
missed, and it's described as hitting bark as well.
Gotcha.
Like it still hit armor, but it didn't do any damage.
Yep.
14 points of radiant damage.
Nicely
Yeah, you go
done.
ahead and just bring this down. You crack onto this creature. Just another slash in, as you can see. Like as you do this one, you can see like this blackish blood kind of ooze out of that last nook you put in it. Not dissimilar from the creature that was fell. Just in the other room. This blood, as it's coming out, that you are seeing this like kind of like soft purplish glow coming out into that blackish ooze coming down. Richter, it's your turn.
10 feet away.
Yes.
You're pretty quiet. There,
You're-
there,
I'm a
Bubba.
little. Sorry, I'm a little. God. There's a cat. I shimmied back because there's a cat on my.
I got you.
Cat on lap.
Cat on lap.
I'm 10 units of distance away.
Mm-hmm.
I am going to, as I close the final 10 feet,
Mhm.
you know, not right behind any of the people who are. Hey, cut that out. Did you see him like?
I didn't see him, no, but
Gosh, he was like pawing at my. He's trying to end my life with his knife.
I
hands.
paid him. Yeah.
Dang, on stream's crazy.
Alright, anyways,
Wild shape into a cat, please.
I'm not gonna wild shape. I'm gonna wild shape into a tiny mosquito and fly away.
Oh, I was like, wait.
And leave.
And see ya.
Yeah, I'm gonna wild shape into Ant-Man and dive into the veins of the tree.
Oh, I like this move.
And then wild shape into a bear.
And then
Yeah,
expand into large man.
Yeah, big man.
My favorite
No.
part.
So
Big man.
from my pack, as I close the distance, I'm gonna draw. I'm just gonna grab out of the bag like a normal person, a voodoo doll.
Oh shit! Here we go.
Oh no.
And I am going to. There's some words that the witch taught me. An incantation that would cause it to rebind to a new target, and I don't need to consult any kind of book or anything. I just remember those words, and no matter how hard I've tried to forget them, it's easy to recall. I say these words and I place my hand on the tree, and I'm going to cast inflict wounds.
Oh hell yeah!
Go ahead.
As soon as I feel like the tree and the doll are connected, I'm just gonna fucking slam the doll into the ground and like stomp on it.
Okay. So I'm gonna need you to do a series of rules here.
I understand.
First off, you can use this to do inflict wounds without binding it to the tree. If you want to try binding this to the tree, that is something else you can do.
Oh.
Well, that you can do both, but that is going to be a lot. You can use it offensively. You also can try to bind this to the tree.
It's okay. Huh. All right. I think I have some kind of fundamental misunderstanding about it then, but I'll
Totally
just cast
fine.
inflict wounds.
Got you. Totally fine. Go ahead and make a melee spell attack.
Melee spell attack.
So
Of
you're
course, let me consult my character sheet. What's this symbol? Huh. Melee spell attack. Okay, my spell attack is +6 because of. I mean, who knows what?
yeah,
What
that's
is that?
fine.
That's what I should be looking at.
That sounds good. Yeah, go ahead and
Okay.
roll
18.
18 hits. Go ahead and roll again. Because
Nice.
of this item, you're using a second level, so that's going to be 40 10.
That's correct.
40-10.
40-10. The number that we all know.
40-10 is
4,010 damage. The 10's just like a bonus.
That's what he gets for level 2.
Hey, you all remember these numbers. 3, 5,
8,
10,
18.
and 8.
Okay, so you're doing 28 points of necrotic damage.
Wait, 3,
Or 26,
3
sorry.
plus 5. Yeah.
Which heals it.
16,
Nice.
26.
26, yeah. Which heals it. No, you just go and press this doll in. As you press it in, like you can see that this energy, very similar purplish energy, goes into the tree. And like as this doll sets into the tree, you can see like the purplish energy that's on that tree almost goes. And you are not like your intention and how this should work is it does damage by forcing energy into the tree. It does damage in this case by setting it into the tree and drawing from it.
Ooh, cool.
Okay.
The mechanics of the item you're using right now, Richter, your spells, we'll get to that later. But you do those points of damage to this tree. And you are now right there next to the tree.
Yeah.
The end of your turn?
I'm gonna use the cantrip Druidcraft, and I'm gonna create an instantaneous harmless sensory effect such as falling leaves.
Is that an action?
Oh shit! Yeah. It is.
You really think about falling leaves, though.
Yeah, I'm like, oh, that would be nice.
You do that, Gallon. You do your attack as well. You are both in range. Gallon, your AC is.
16.
Yeah, that hits. Richter, your AC is.
Let me tell you, including the shield.
Yeah, including your shield. You're still carrying.
Yeah, it's like strapped to my arm. because I've got the doll in the one hand.
Right.
Oh gosh, where is that? Sorry, hang on. I know it.
I just can't help but think of the
22
doll.
hits though.
Oh, okay. It's
Yeah,
20.
I'm just gonna. Yeah.
Yeah, no way.
I
No way.
can't help
So
but
what we
thinking of the doll of Lilo and Stitch, that little green little monster. That's the one. That's what I picture. That that this man just pulled out of his little backpack, bro. Is the little green Lilo and Stitch doll.
Oh dang. Hang on. Man, I haven't seen that. In...
Alan, you're taking 16 points of damage.
16.
Yes.
It's bludgeoning?
It is bludgeoning. Yes.
That
Oh,
would
yeah,
put me
on-
at -3.
Todd, are you eating your mic, or do you have like a bottle on top of it?
I'm giving you like here.
What?
You're
It's
fine.
it's a little shitty, but
It's fine. It's fine. You though, Richter, you are taking. This roll's really good. You're taking. Make sure I'm doing this right. Yeah, you're taking 20 points of bludgeoning damage.
Holy shit.
As you run up, you set the doll, Gallon. You just draw your sword out of the sundered face and make a strike against it. The tree just takes one, like pretty much just takes arms and it slaps them together in like one, like almost clapping motion, just sandwiching both of you, just like snapping as it does, and just kind of just dropping you both, just like limp entirely on the ground.
Got the
Gallon,
clap.
yours, you guys got the clap.
You said 16, right?
16 for you.
Okay.
16 for you, 20 for Richter. As that is, wait, Richter, did you have more than 20?
I had 21.
Richter, you are still alive.
Oh my
As it goes,
Lord.
claps against just in the, gee, I don't know why. I know you healed, and it's not, it wasn't that much, but Richter, you are still up with 1 hit.
Great.
Raph, it's your turn.
fuck me.
Is that your action?
Valid question.
Yes, the spell.
Roll persuasion.
Charisma saving throw. Oh, it's been fun, my friend.
Seeing Gallon go down as he gets smashed, and seeing Richter like get cleaved to the side and like barely like standing back up, panic is gonna start hitting Braff. I'm just
God
going
dang
to
it.
cast.
You're gonna cast Runaway in fear.
Heroism.
Yeah, we're almost at 5 hours.
Gotcha.
I'm just gonna cast. It doesn't fucking matter, really. If I do just get big smackoed. Oh my god, now am I gonna throw up again? God damn it. I'm just gonna go ahead and cast my last spell slot of Chromatic Orb with Fire. However, before doing so, I'm gonna take my backpack off. It has bedroll, ink bottle, ink pen, sheets of paper, rations, just a bunch of shit. Lantern with rope, tinderbox. I'm just chucking the hourglass. I'm chucking that shit at the fucking tree, and then I'm gonna cast my Chromatic Orb Fire in proximity next to it to see if I can light it up, and also hit the tree.
Okay, go ahead and I'll let you do that. Go ahead and make an improvised just throw, like a dexterity, pretty much just throw. See how close you get. Attack, essentially.
Advantage
Dex?
for having paper.
10.
10. All right, you take it, and you throw it, and it kind of like tumbles around, but it lands next to the tree. Like you throw it, and it lands like very close to that tree in an area where I think you could like. You're not going to be hitting it center mass, but if you angle it, you could hit that tree and maybe catch this alive on fire. Close enough that maybe the flames will go up high and catch a branch or something.
Okay. I'm gonna cast my last spell, Chromatic Orb.
Yeah.
Really, yeah, huh?
20 to hit.
20 hits.
Alright, 3d8. Let me verify just to make sure that I'm not fucking trolling.
3-3.
Chromatic Orb is 3d8 fire. Come on, you piece of shit. Let's go. Okay. Okay. Come on. Fuck.
Go, bro.
11 points of fire damage.
Ref, how do you want to do that?
No fucking way, bro! Oh, no fucking way! Bro, no fucking way.
Finally
bro.
cracking the
Oh, fuck.
220 hit points
Oh
of this thing.
my god.
Ah, damn.
No fucking way,
Yeah.
bro. Oh,
Let's go.
honestly,
Yeah, out here.
what I would
I'm not
like
anymore, but
is
yeah.
kind of
Right.
breaking the confines of reality with this. How do you want to do this? I just want to like take the diamond out and seeing Richter just like barely like getting back up and Gallon just getting smoked off to the side. I'm just gonna be like sweating profusely, and I'm just be thinking back to the moment once again of when I hesitated to save my brother, and I will now at this point full like there are certain components you need to do, but with like vigor I am doing this. I'm channeling these flames, and it's almost like emphasizing more heavily than it would normally at a first level spell. And as I'm doing it, and as almost like these flames start to like envelop my forearms, as I then and I shoot out the flame next to the bag as it like hits something flammable like the oil or the paper or whatever, as it blows and just kind of like not like immediately erupts this whole tree in flame, but at least catches it in some regard as it scorches across its exterior.
Hell, yes. Two things. One, who had the deed on them?
Me. It was in my spell component satchel, not in my backpack.
You still gotcha. Just that's all I wanted to make sure of. That's all I wanted to make sure of. I remember you saying that. Just want to make sure. Last thing,
That's him monologuing.
I need you to make me a wisdom saving throw.
Okay.
Okay. The tree is gonna talk to you right now.
Natural 1.
Are you serious?
Nah, I'm dead
I
serious.
would, Jared. You tell me if this makes sense. You guys, I would like to pick up from exactly this moment and do the small wrap up, also concluding what Cordell is doing. And if you want, we could do like kind of a smaller little session there and tie that into a wrap up, or if you want to make them separate. But I do very much want to pick up what's happening right here, instead of just being like, "They did it, bye." There's still a lot going on.
I think that'd be good. I feel like if we can maybe like next episode we'll do like an hour or 2 episode, and then we'll do an hour or 2 wrap up, and then we'll just like kind of meld them into one, and then we can call that good.
Absolutely. But boys, you fought a very fucky, modified little bastard, and somehow you guys are still mostly Gallon's dying, but breathing.
We did it. Oh wait, hold on. Let me end the contest. Oh, absolutely. These guys got it. Easy is the winner. Nicely done.
Right.
Nice. Hey, Sharky,
Right.
a real one. Absolutely fucking amazing.
Look, Sharky paid me $20 to let them live, so I'm like, oh, all right.
Yeah. Bro, he Venmo'd you. He said, please.
That's wild.
Yeah.
Right.
We'll wrap it up. We can talk about with the wrap up. That was good. You guys did a good job there.
Dude, I'm not gonna lie, nothing was having me sweat more than like, did I fuck up using my spells? I was like, dude, I was so stressed.
Oh.
Cordell,
so-
nothing has me stressing more than figuring out what the fuck you're doing, bud, and I'm excited for that.
Oh,
Oh yeah. But hey,
Let's go.
appreciate everybody hanging out and running along. There is still more to be told in this story, but I think we can successfully call this the last proper session, and the next one we can pick up, we can call it more of the epilogue. Let's
Dude.
say, as we find out what fucking Mortag's doing in the Umbral Plains. That Mortag thing, of course, Cordell playing around with city infrastructure. But no, hey, I appreciate
man.
everybody. Y'all did a great job, and yeah, I guess we'll catch you on the next one. Thanks for hanging out.
yeah. We'll see you next time. Hell yeah.
Hell yeah. Oh,
Peace out.